Listen to everything, bro. And she's focused.
I'm focused.
No, you're not.
The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here. This is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict. I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and I go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman all day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Good evening, good evening. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah, and we're joined with Lady Che, who is on the same room as me, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-host and co-executive producer of. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income City.
Hey, greetings from Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. You know, it's 52 degrees here according to this weather thermometer here, but I think it's colder than that. You know, they're gearing up here for the Super Bowl here to be played here, you know, in the next couple of weeks. And then too, yeah, I'm trying to pull up information is because from what I was seeing here on this digital news is that they were referring to Tim Scott as garbage, and I'm just trying, and I just want to see what they're saying is because,
Tonight.
huh?
I said we're gonna crumble on him tonight.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, he's pathetic. You know what I'm saying with his stymie looking ass. In case those who don't know, stymie off of Little Rascals. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he looked like a boy from Fat Albert.
Oh yeah, that too.
I just want him
Yep.
to be gay. Stop acting stupid. In
Yeah.
2024.
Yeah.
So appreciate y'all for tapping in. Looks like we got Twin in the building. Appreciate you.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay. Twin Pyramid.
we get a chance, Jesse gotta
Okay. Hey,
do
Twin
it.
Pyramid. Hey, preach to you there, Twin Pyramid. How you be? How's it on your
Give
side
Twin
of the world? Right there, because I think Twin is in the east, I believe.
Yeah, Twin.
Yeah.
You know, when he was in there hyping up the show. He's not the hype man. Twin's the hype man.
Yeah, Twin is definitely the hype.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Hold on, Shabbat. I got to do the intro.
Sure.
So on the season 3, episode 43 or 40 Trey or Bo Trey, part 1 of Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several things. First thing is the tangibles. This is the year
Right.
and decade of tangibles.
Right.
And Texas about to secede from the Union. We're about to go to war, into civil war.
Okay.
We got the tangibles all the way to 2100. So the tangibles 24 all the way up to 2100.
Okay.
Got Sleepy Jim Crow Biden's master plan to get black voters back.
Yeah.
Got
Yes, sir.
Jamal Bowman's $14 trillion reparations bill.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even remotely enough.
No, not even a drop in a bucket.
This is introduced by the Democrats right on time for the election season.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Time's Up for the NAACP.
Oh, okay.
Rolls
Okay.
always for Caucasoid Commission. We have an update on that.
Okay.
And we got True Intentions of the CBC exposed.
Okay.
Lee
Okay.
was talking about racism in America.
Okay.
Yep, thinking of a master plan.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nothing but sweating. And so I get to my pocket, all my money is spent. So I decay
Damn.
and I still come up with lint.
Yeah.
What's an old Rakim rhyme?
Mhm.
Then we got Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is hospitalized for panic attacks.
Yeah, well, if you ask me, I think the motherfucker should be hospitalized for other reasons, if you know what I mean. But you know, we ain't gonna deal with that. You know what I'm saying? And then also too, brother Che.
I'm not done. So
Okay.
he's had panic attacks allegedly over migrant flights. Then we got several residents are angry after property owner opened vacant building to 57 migrants. Then we got
Oh my God.
Chicagoans offer strong words for Mayor Johnson
Okay, like recall.
regarding him helping migrants before them.
Right.
South Carolina couple burns cross in their yard to intimidate their black neighbors.
And wait a minute, where did they burn this cross at? Did they burn it in the black neighbor's yard or did they burn it in their yard?
They burnt it in their yard, but it's directly adjacent across the street from the neighbor's yard.
Okay, and then what they should do is that they should go check their ammo. They should lock and load. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And off in a defensive
From
posture. Fuck
what
that.
I understand, Shabaka, it's an elderly black couple.
Oh man.
The perpetrators are young white supremacists, like in their 20s,
Mm-hmm.
and now the FBI is investigating it. The DOJ is investigating it, but they still
Okay.
allow these motherfuckers to live across the street. So shout out to Professor like Truth for breaking the story initially, and
Yes, sir.
Cabrera did a follow up with it. So yeah, so this is the year and a decade of tangibles, Black family. So continue to demand something tangible for your vote.
Absolutely.
2024 now, and these Democrats are beyond desperate to keep us on that Democratic plantation.
Right.
Having it here at the New Black Media, Signal Boost to the New Black Media. We're not having it. We're gonna continue to demand something tangible for our vote all the way up to 2100. So I'm starting
Right.
off like I always started off with the tangibles.
Yes, sir.
Continue to demand something tangible for your vote all the way up to 2100, Black family. So back in 2019, I found the paperwork too, Shabaka, ironically enough.
Okay.
The Mousy friend didn't eat through that part of it, but I
Okay.
found some of the old episodes because you know how I used to. I haven't lately, but because I can't find my pen that I usually use. But
Right.
I write down all the information for the shows. So I found the
Okay.
information from the Mile High News. So
Okay.
going all the way back to 2019. So
Yes,
back in
sir.
2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in
Right.
it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, the people that built this country, the descendants
Right.
of chattel slavery, freedmen,
Right.
we're going to demand from the political system. Now,
Exactly.
nothing has changed except the year. Everything else remains the same. So
Right.
instead of tangibles 2020, it's tangibles 2024.
Right.
So I'm just going to change 2020 to 2024. Everything else remains the same.
Yes, sir.
The
Okay.
2024 presidential elections are coming up. The foundational
Right.
Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old malign neglect policy that has been
Right.
implemented by the political system. This
Right.
neglect, which is more like belligerent and malevolent neglect policy, mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only
Yes, sir.
vague in non-specific terms.
Right.
Black Americans into groups with minorities,
People of color.
immigrants,
Mm-hmm.
people of color, etc., BIPOC,
Mm-hmm.
has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. And
Right.
cycle, meaning this 2024 election cycle,
Mm-hmm.
Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote.
Right.
Foundation of Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us.
Right.
We do not want trickle-down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group
Mm-hmm.
has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society is foundation of Black Americans. So we refuse to
Right.
lump in with groups that often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So
Right.
politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundation of Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to
Right.
get this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And since
Yes,
it's
sir.
2024, it's Tangibles 2024.
Right. Exactly.
All the way up to
And then
2020,
I see.
demand something tangible. All right, what are your thoughts, Rocket? Go ahead.
Okay, yes, sir, absolutely, most definitely, man, because we built the fucking country, number one.
That's right, Twin.
Okay, and yes, sir, Mr. Twin, yeah, tangibles 2024 to 2100 in every fucking election at the 2-year rate. And then also, too, I see that the state of Nevada out here started early voting. Okay, it's because I made a run today and I saw them put up saw them have a voting booth tent or what have you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
Is it Super Tuesday coming up?
I think so. If it's not this Tuesday, then it damn sure will be next Tuesday. And then, of course, as you know, the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make this perfectly clear, is that, he's just trying to get them to declare that he's already the Republican nominee. You know what I'm saying? We know the bastard is going to get it. All these motherfuckers, man, is bumping our heads with this election process. So they're up to their shenanigans again. They got this goddamn artificial intelligence shit they're going to start pimping. So you know how that's going to go. You see what I mean? And then too, and what it is, Black family, we got to get our cohesiveness together. And I would like to read this article, if it's appropriate at this time, about Tim Scott, referred to as garbage. All righty. Okay, Tim Scott, called piece of garbage, as he claims Donald Duck. Okay.
Before you get to all of that, tangibles.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Okay, so we want tangibles, for everything. For the horrors of slavery, tangibles of them trying to dummy down our people about the horrors of slavery, tangibles for the abuse, the Emmett Tills, driving while black, being treated like a king with royal treatment as in Rodney King, you know what I mean? Mario Woods, okay, Philando Castile, okay, George Floyd, and that, and many, many other offenses against them. You see what I'm saying? And this is why we need the tangibles 24 to 2100. Now, the United Nations, okay, and the so-called World Court is a joke. Okay, it's because I had thought about, maybe we need to petition the World Court for it, right? But you see what's happening over there in the Middle East, where off of reports that I've got off of mainstream news, is that the Israelis are shooting unarmed, repeat, unarmed Palestinians who are trying to surrender to them. Particularly if you saw the story in mainstream news about the grandmother and her granddaughter going out, to surrender, and then they just shoot grandma, man. They just straight dumped on grandma. That was fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Rwanda.
Yeah, they dumped on grandma, man. That wasn't cool at all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then, of course, they got the water fucked up over there, is because the Israelis are controlling their water supply over there. They also, I would imagine, too, is that they're controlling their sanitation situations over there. That with all the shit getting bombed up, the first thing that goes to hell, man, is public health. You see what I mean? And then, not to mention, gunfire going everywhere, man. Things of this nature right here. Benjamin Netanyahu is talking about that Hamas must surrender unconditionally and all this old type of shit.
This is signs of World War III.
Oh, yes, sir. It's because, from what I understand, it did state, in prophecy, is that the forces of the East and the West will have the conflict in the Middle East. Do the math.
Well, first of all, there's no such thing as the Middle East.
Yeah, because you're right. It's because the over there in that region around Kemet, Palestine, Jerusalem, Lebanon, yeah, all that there, is pretty much a part of Africa of all the research that we have done, over the years that we've been here at Frontline Black News. And then also too, we want to wish the Anchorman well, you know what I mean? And wish him well and what have you. And then on top of it too, we appreciated the show at Shabaka's Black Experience that we had on the last one. So therefore, people, you could Google Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We're halfway back up. We're holding all these platforms together with shoestrings and bubblegum. And please donate if you can. And then also, too, there have been some groups that has been posted on the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced page. And I simply deleted their posts. And I also sent them inboxes that, look, if you want to post up on our pages to make some type of donation, because everybody's trying to get fucking paid. Okay? And we don't mind people posting their material, up on our pages or social media accounts or what have you. But please reciprocate, pay us like how you want to get paid. You see what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with it. Is because see, this is going off into this digital economy right now, and so therefore, brother Paris, I myself, man, being an old bastard, I got to come up to, as they say, to the 21st century. You see what I mean? So, like I says, we don't mind nobody, posting on our pages, but make a donation, reciprocate posting our material, because a whole lot of places where I've been posting up on other pages, they sending me email and notes where your shit is declined. Your shit is declined. It's declined, and they not stating the
Yeah.
reason why it's declined. So therefore, I went up there on Shabaka's Black Experience and hand saying, hey, motherfucker, you going to have to pay us. You see,
Right.
now if you're cool with us or if you got tenure with us, that's different. If they have tenure with us, but I'm talking about some unknown motherfucker coming up here, man, with some bullshit, man. You know what I mean? And I just went up there, man. I hit them back on inbox. Look, man, don't post your shit up here, man. You don't share our shit, man. We ain't sharing yours. And fuck it.
If
You
it's
see
not
what I'm saying?
reciprocated, yeah.
Yeah, because see, it's not economically feasible for us, brother Che, of the time of what we're into. We are in our 11th year, combined with Frontline Black News, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, the Revolutionary Agenda, right? And
Yep.
we are digging in our pockets to make it. You see, but ain't nobody giving us shit. Cash app us. You know what I'm saying? Use the PayPal. You know what
Yeah,
I
that's a
mean?
cash.
Yeah, because this shit is expensive, you see, and we're running out of money over here, so we putting out a SOS, save our show. Although we all know that SOS means save our ship, so we saying save our show, and definitely go to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, ladies and gentlemen. Please Google our last episode that we did on Grand Rising on Friday. That was off the hook.
Yep.
Yeah, that one there was off the hook. Our main man there, Sarge, he comes
Yeah.
on there. And Sarge is a well read dude, but you know what I'm saying? But when we talk about that dumpster, boy, Sarge defends the dumpster, to the utmost. We crumb
Mm-hmm.
bum on the dumpster, but however, Sarge is a grown man.
Ours be thinking that we Biden supporters like hell no.
No, hell no, we ain't no damn Biden supporters. And then another thing about Biden, sorry punk ass, and check this out, twin. And if you buy a computer, man, pull it up. You remember, man, when Biden first came to office, that motherfucker gonna say, man, that people gotta pay taxes on the income, man, if they make more than $600 if they self-employed.
Yep.
I
No,
double checked it, and lo and behold, that bastard did
cash
that.
app donation of more than $600. Got to report that too.
Yeah. See, yeah, all this digital shit. So what in the entire fuck is that motherfucker doing for black folks? Strangling us again.
But this same motherfucker that say you ain't black if you got to decide if you got to vote for me or Trump. You
Yeah,
ain't black.
right.
Well, we
And,
black
and
motherfucker, and we didn't vote for you in 2020. And
right, and we
not going.
damn sure ain't voting for you in 2024, and we sure as hell is not voting for the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Okay, it's because I had a conversation with loved ones last
Many
night.
lies told. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly, twin. Too many lies told and sold. You know what I'm saying? And what do I mean by and sold? The dump say he gonna do this, he gonna do that. Then he wants you to come out your pocket. Now, let's look at all these assholes, man, that went down there to the U.S. Capitol, man, on January 6th of 2021. Okay, a whole lot of motherfuckers got booked, right? Couple of black motherfuckers got booked, right? Walking the concrete, right? Now, where's the dump on them? Then they also saying that the dump, as in human shit, and I'm going to make this extremely clear. Okay, the dump is up here is raping women, and excuse the language, ladies. I don't mean no disrespect, but you remember when the dump says go up there and grab women by the pussy.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfucker, that there is sexual assault as well as it should be.
Yep. That
Okay.
motherfucker. This is the same motherfucker that said he could shoot somebody in the middle of Times Square
and won't get convicted. Yeah. See, this is some Hitlerian shit. Now, what do I mean by Hitlerian shit? I'm talking about as in seek out World War II Hitler, the dude with the funny mustache, the same motherfucker that got up there and walked out the Olympics in 1936 because a black man won medals,
Yep, Jesse
running track.
Owens.
You know it. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. Okay. And then how
All right,
the fuck?
Shabaka.
Yes.
Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Well, well, I would just say this. Nothing's like I've been saying every week for like the last 2 months. Nothing has really shown itself to stand out yet.
Right.
Nothing's really gotten black people aroused in the sense that they want to go stand in line for a million motherfucking hours to go vote, let alone have a real dialogue about some shit other than to clown on it and laugh at it. So
Right.
I would say until something tangible actually pops up, and not being no black, swilla pipe riding Trump supporter. I just said actually fucking tangible that actually happened. Where you're really serious about the shit, not just gonna be like, motherfucker can get endorsed by the mob and shit, and that's a rip. No, that shit is not tight. I'm talking about let's see something different. Let's actually see some fucking some shit work in our benefit. It's gonna actually work in our benefit. I don't give a fuck if we never had 80 time in the field. I just need to see the series, write down on paper, do a blood fucking stamp. I don't know, something. But it's gotta be tangible, it's gotta be serious. So we can actually hold him accountable for the first immediate fucking 2 weeks of his fucking job in office. Like, can you get some executive orders? Can you talk about it?
Right.
Can you discuss what is actually possible in the executive order, signed, sealed, and stamped, approved? Motherfucking have 5 Democratic fucking pretend black people there who are actually black, but they're just pretending to be black.
Right.
Just stand behind you with the pat on the back, and Al Sharpton stand in the cut. I need to see some shit. You know what I mean? Can we get somebody to go sign on it?
If Al Sharpton is there, I'm definitely.
Can we get
Yeah.
motherfucker to sit behind the desk and just go line by line with a fucking magnifying glass, a red pen, and a fucking signed paper and say, I take it back, I put my name on it, I'm standing on it. Can we get somebody to actually say that? And God damn it, reparations. And the black folk want to separate it. It's in their right. They should be able to by now. Can we get somebody to say that? Can we get somebody to stand there and do that? So instead of motherfucking catching these tomatoes and batteries I'm about to throw. I just want to know that. Because I have those in plenty. Batteries, pennies, tomatoes, canned food. Shit that's going to get a motherfucker thrown in jail. Because I'm tired of listening to this shit. It's like tangibles.
Yes, ma'am.
Write a motherfucking executive order. No, you ain't got 6 weeks. You ain't got 6 months to a year to think about it. You got the first motherfucking 3 days of the week to
you
do
don't
it.
even have that. You got to
Just
do something before
in there
the
right
selection.
now. Yeah, like exactly. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna
we're
make it
not
happen?
falling for that shit again. No, you got to do something before.
Yeah, make it happen. Like do something. Like say you submitted some sort of bill or some shit. Do something. Do fucking something. But I need to because I don't have no time patience.
Beforehand,
and then when you get in there,
not at the last minute.
You got a week.
Don't pull no last minute shit like Trump tried to do with that Blacc plan.
No, I want you to have a week. You get in that motherfucking desk. You don't got less than a week. You got to sit down and fucking. Yeah, wait. Where's the black stack? I need to handle the black people first.
Yeah.
Can nobody ask for
You're
the
supposed
black
to have our
papers?
back, like real shit. Have our back, like we had yours.
I want
that
huge stack. Stop talking, just on that huge stack of papers right there that says black folk. Put that on my desk right now first. Let me get that out of the way, and then I'll focus on these other worldly issues, these inclusivity problems. But let's talk about that stack right there that's been stacking up for a millennia right there that say black folk on it in the Americas. And let me go ahead and tackle that right now. And let me get these executive orders out the way. Yep, done. Don't ask me no questions. Done. Can we get somebody right there? Because that's what I want to see. I know it's a but that's really what I think would make me aroused and happy for just being, black in America right now. Just say.
Right.
It's arousing my blackness as minimal as it is. It's there.
Okay, so
Well, you see, Lady Che, once again, you got to look at.
Colonizer, hold your vote like you hold your swilla, gentlemen and ladies. Hold your vote like you hold your baby close to your heart. Okay, like that. So I'm serious. Hold your motherfucking vote like you hold your swilla. Okay, like that. As men, just keep it in your pocket. Just keep it in there. Don't release it. As a matter of fact, the more you don't talk to nobody, and the more you keep saying you're gonna hold out on your vote, you see how desperate these motherfuckers are getting? They're like salivating. They're waiting for you. Please drop your jars and give us that vote. Please, black man. Please, we need your black vote. Please. Just keep on holding it out. It's okay. There's something said about, vote retention. It's just going to get us everywhere in the near future. Somebody in the studio, cuz.
That's Chewbacca. He's trying to share something.
Oh.
Okay, and it's fucking up, huh?
Hold your vote like you hold your
You're sharing the light page.
Like hold the vote like you hold a baby in the womb. You know what I mean? Or like you
we're on the like page. Yeah, we're on the like page now.
Hold it.
Yeah, okay. Stop screen sharing.
Okay, stop screen sharing.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Going back. Okay. Screen share. Okay, how do I stop? Okay, stop screen. Okay, all right, I'll put, okay. All right, so I stopped sharing it.
Siri.
Who's just sharing this about the Hansel Facebook?
Yeah.
You see, Chewbacca, I be over there, I be advocating for you, Jesse be trying to be,
that's not what he was trying to share. He was trying to share StreamYard to the Chewbacca Black Experience like page.
Right.
She did.
Let him live.
So we're streaming on the Facebook for Frontline Black News, the YouTube for Frontline Black News.
Oh, okay.
Revolutionary Agenda.
Okay.
And Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and we should be sharing Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced. We should be sharing that there, Jesse, on the not the like page, but the group page that we have for it as well, too. If you
have to add it.
Okay, you have to add it.
You do that.
Huh?
This parents being mean over here.
I think it's sharing to the like page.
Okay. Because it's showing us that I'm sharing it here on the like page.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. Hold on. Let me go get this other phone, man. Boy, this high tech 21st century bullshit.
Next topic, Chewbacca.
Okay.
Sleepy Jim Crow Biden is trying to find a way to get us back on the Democratic plantation.
Oh, I got a whole lot of ad-lib comments on that one. Let me go get this other phone.
Okay. So it's going to be Professor Blacc True. Shout out to Professor Blacc True. If you haven't subscribed to Professor Blacc True, what are you doing? So Professor Blacc True is going to give us the Monday morning address, moment of truth address about Biden's master plan to get black voters back.
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. The white media is talking about Nikki Haley being worried about her chances to beat Trump in the primaries of South Carolina, her own home state. But there's also another presidential candidate who's a little bit nervous about their chances in that state, Jim Crow Joe Biden. He's been trying to put a pretty face on it, but it's not working. And South Carolina has turned out to be more than just a brief stopover for him. It's a state where his failure to gain black support has become undeniable. And that's got Biden worried, along with the DNC, because they were telling everybody that they had this all wrapped up. Don't worry, all the voters, especially those pesky Negroes, they're going to come home come election time, but it hasn't been happening. Black folks have stayed out the plantation and ain't coming back. Now, as Politico is reporting, and the black media has been telling you for years, Biden's trying to get black votes, but he's trying to do it in a way where he doesn't actually give us anything. So the Democrats are going with the same old failed strategy. Carpet bomb us with radio ads, more BS TV spots, and of course keep trotting out the same old bought and paid for Negro bootlicks to sell the soap for them. You got the Democrats talking about they're going to be running ads. They're not running ads. They're running game is what they're doing. They're running game on black we got to make sure we stop falling for the okie doke. When they talk about running ads, what they mean is the typical Democratic propaganda Jedi mind trick. Oh, Biden's done so much for you Negroes, you just don't know. I mean, I know. It only looks like he hasn't done anything just because you got empty pockets and you're watching as he gives everything to everybody else and he totally ignores you. That's just your imagination. He's done so much. Why? He's made it where illegal aliens can vote, and abortion. That matters a lot to you, right? You don't need to pay your bills. You need abortions. You only think you've been ignored. In reality, Biden's done so much for you. That's what they mean by running ads. Going to be telling us all these lies and fairy tales and untruths about Biden having done all this stuff that he didn't do. And how's that been working? Well, as Politico reports, Biden's advisors are betting these investments will underscore to Black voters across the country that the campaign is prioritizing them. At a minimum, they believe it will prevent those criticisms from Democrats worried about Biden standing with the base from becoming a deafening chorus. Recent polls have shown Biden underperforming among Black voters by double digits compared to his 2020 results. You get that? Biden is underperforming now by double digits compared to where he was just 4 years ago. He is in worse political shape now than he was 4 years ago when he ran against and beat Trump, who, in case you forgot, led an insurrection and was impeached twice. And now Trump is ahead of Biden in all of the battleground states. Now you see why that whole 14th Amendment challenge to Trump's candidacy is so important for the Democrats. The Democrats have seen this movie before, and they don't like how it ends. This is a replay of the 2016 presidential election that we're seeing unfolding. Deja vu all over again. I mean, how do you lose in the polls to an orange-skinned carnival barker who tries to overthrow the government, and he's been scandalized on everything from his marriage to his taxes to his friends? It's because Biden made a lot of promises to the Black community, many of them empty gestures, and he didn't keep any of those phony promises. That's how you wind up like this. That's how you wind up behind in the polls to a man who you ought to be beating by at least a good 30 or 40 percentage points easily. It's because of all of the lies. Biden produced a hate crime law for Asians and a federal gay marriage law for the LGBT community, but for Black voters who he said he had the backs of, the people who put him in office, nothing. We've heard all of his lies before. Biden and Kamala 4 years ago talked about a lift every voice plan. Anyone remember whatever happened to that idea? His White House level police accountability committee. Anyone remember what happened to that? Oh yeah, Biden said he didn't have time for it, so he wasn't going to do it. And as for reparations, Biden's running mate said she wasn't going to do something that only benefits Black people. No! I guess that's why Biden was so eager to have her as his vice president. And speaking of reparations, what has Biden said about it? Nothing. So what the hell is this for Black people to vote for? And what's this crap about showing that the campaign is prioritizing us? That's a joke. They say nothing about reparations or about legislation and resources to punish these race killers who are targeting us. We're not being prioritized at all. We're being ignored. Well, as Politico also wrote, one of Biden's deputy campaign managers said Biden paid advertising aimed at Black and Latino voters in swing states. Now, he started that back in August. Here we are 5 months later. What's the return on investment been? He's behind more in the polls than he was before. And the white media is doing their usual narrative. They have an article that starts off talking about Black people, has Black people in the headline. And right on time, they then switch from Black to Black and brown or Black and whatever. Because when talking about Black people, you can't just mention Black people in isolation. You got to mention everybody else too. So that's the problem. And what's Biden's solution to all of this Black support he's been hemorrhaging? Put out more campaign ads. But even the white media admits they know exactly what the real problem is. Quote, but there are other Democrats who fear that success in South Carolina could prove to be fool's gold for the campaign. The state has an older primary electorate, strategists said. The Black voters that Biden is struggling with most in the general election are younger. So there you have it. They say exactly what it is. Older voters turn out for the primary elections, but the problem is Biden doesn't have enough old people to get him to victory. He needs to also mobilize younger Black voters, which apparently means any Black voter under the age of 55. And those Black voters are the main ones telling him, we're not going for the con game. The article goes on to write, in private, campaign aides have stressed that they feel good currently about their ability to win over independent voters and even Donald Trump's skeptical Republicans should the former president emerge from the Republican primary. It's the party's base, Black voters among them, they're worried about. Not so much that they'd vote for Trump, but that they'd stay home. Now, let's get one thing straight. They're talking about the party base. They ain't talking about the Asian vote. They ain't talking about the Hispanic vote. They're not talking about the Jewish vote. They're talking about black voters. Ain't enough LGBT voters to be able to win the election for mayor, much less president. They're talking about black voters. Black voters are the ones who handed Biden Georgia. Black voters are the ones who handed Biden Pennsylvania. Black voters are the ones who handed Biden Michigan. Without black voters, he would not have had those swing states. And now Trump is ahead in all of them. See, the list of constituencies that Biden's aides say that they've had success with, though, independent voters and Donald Trump skeptical Republicans, this is a strategy that I've been telling you about for years now, that the Democrats have been pursuing. Ever since black voters started making solid demands, ever since we became problematic as a voting bloc, the Democrats have been trying to replace us with other non-black constituencies. They've been reaching out heavy to these other constituencies, seeing if they can woo them, hand them things. We got you a gay marriage law. We got you a hate crime law. You're going to vote for us now, right? No. They've been running heavy to get the support of casual racists, read white moderates. That's those Trump skeptical Republicans we hear about. That's what Rahm Emanuel and others were talking about when they were saying Biden Republicans. That's what they mean. Their goal was to cobble together a Frankenstein monster of a voter base, one that would have no parts that came from black people. That way they would have themselves a new voter base that was no longer vulnerable to all of these demands we were making. And here, though, they're admitting that's what they've been doing, trying to get people who are not aligned with either political party, or better yet, get Republicans to switch to Biden. That's why you see Democrats hammering abortion and the January 6th insurrection and immigration and other stuff so much, because those issues appeal to some group or another, either with center of right voters or with non-black constituencies. That's the reason why they're doing it. They're pushing buttons and they're trying to see if any of the buttons work. So far, they haven't. A number of registered Republicans support abortion, and they didn't like the insurrection. So the Democrats and CNN and MSNBC hammered that point daily, but it simply hasn't been enough. The problem is black voters. That's their problem, particularly young black voters, or at least the ones who ain't old. And the fear is not that these black voters are going to vote for Trump, rather that black voters will just stay home instead. That's what Politico wrote. Now, what does that tell you? That's important because for the longest time, the white media has been pushing the lie that black voters are switching to Trump. Have you heard that? I've been pointing that out to you. They've been saying black voters are switching to Trump. No, we're not. We in the black media have told you that's a lie. We have not been switching to Trump. The white media only told that lie because they're desperate to get you off of one treadmill and onto another. Stop being on the Democrats' treadmill and get on the Republicans' treadmill. So they claim that black voters, they're not disengaging from the electoral system. Oh, this is more complex than that. Why? They're switching parties. And they're telling that lie, and they've been telling it hoping that you would fall for it. But you haven't, because the black media has been making sure to keep you on point. And here they are admitting the truth. Younger black voters are fed up with the Democrats' lies and fed up with Biden in specific. And this anger will take the form of black voters sitting out the 2024 election. And no amount of scare talk about a fascist takeover is going to frighten black voters to the polls this time. See, the only reason Biden is president now is because Trump's racism was so obnoxious that a lot of black voters who stayed home in 2016 decided to vote in 2020. But as I told you 4 years ago, that's a trick that the Democrats only get to pull once. Also, it needs to be mentioned, Trump was politically weakened by the political and economic chaos caused by the pandemic. It caused all kinds of confusion and chaos within the white right. And this time, though, there is no pandemic to help undermine Trump against Biden. So when Politico writes that there are Democrats who are worried that the murmuring is going to become a deafening chorus, well, you're a little bit late on that one. It's so loud now that it's dominating the narrative. Black voter turnout has been in decline for a decade now, ever since 2013. We're going on 11 years of this now. And Biden's seeing that the scare tactics aren't working. Doesn't matter how many bootlicks or how many of these old gray heads they bring out here. All of those old black voters who are going along with the get along, they're dying out. And the younger black voters are not taking their place. That's the problem that Democrats have. Whether deliberately or not, it looks like Biden is determined for his campaign to die on this hill, sticking to the Democrats' policy of not producing anything for us. That's his primary motivation. Winning the election is not. To the Democrats, it's a game of political brinksmanship. You see, 4 years ago, black voters blinked. Instead of sticking to our guns, what happened was we had a bunch of people scared out there saying Donald Trump is too dangerous, et cetera, et cetera. And we in the black media told you, You vote for Biden. It's not as if he's going to be concerned about that. He's not going to suddenly decide, well, you know what? We don't want to displease these black voters, so we better do right by them this time. No, you vote for him, and he's going to double down on it. Because as far as he's concerned, if you blink once, you'll blink twice. If you gave in once, you'll give in again. Everybody from the police to the average thug on the street understands that principle. This is how politics works in the real world. We told you that Biden wasn't going to do anything for us, that the uprisings of 2020 meant nothing to Biden and the Democrats, because as they saw it, the white media had successfully convinced people this was all about Trump. And if you get Trump out of there, why, things will get better. So, of course, he wasn't going to do anything but slap us in the face as soon as he won, which is exactly what he did repeatedly. Too many black people were scared of Trump as if Biden was any different or any better. See, that's the true evil genius of the white media. They've brainwashed a lot of black folks into being so detached from our own interest, so separated from our own suffering, that they can beat us to death with a whip till the flesh comes off our backs, and we'll smile and say thank you as long as it's a Democrat holding the whip. We never seem to register in our minds that the Democrats are doing all the very things that they claim only the Republicans do. Neither one of the major parties is for us. But we bought into the white media's controlled opposition narrative to the point that we numbed ourselves to this abuse. But the black media came along and started waking people back up again. So this time we have to show that we won't blink. You can't win a game of nerves if you're scared. After years and years, over a decade of trying to pretend as if they didn't know we were out here and what we were saying was true, now they're having to finally admit it. Former Michigan Democratic State Representative Sherry Gay DeGongo said she recently surveyed fellow black community members about Biden, quote, and if this small inquiry is a sign of a much larger trend, then he's in trouble, she said. They feel he did what was necessary to secure the black vote, but hasn't delivered on black issues. So you got the Democrats' own politicians now saying what we've been saying all along. Biden gave some lip service. You had some scared or otherwise well-meaning, but let's be honest, gullible Negroes who went along with it. They talked themselves into a lie that they on some level had to know wasn't true. Biden did just enough, and then as soon as he got the nomination and then he got the presidency, he said, all right, to hell with you Negroes. He hasn't delivered on anything. Oh, and I'd like to take some of the suspense out of it for Miss Gay Dagnogo. This is not merely a sign of a much larger trend. This is the trend. And you're right, Biden is in trouble. Just like Hillary Clinton was 8 years ago. She also was behind in those battleground states like Michigan and Pennsylvania and others. But just like Joe Biden, you had the white media singing the siren song of surely these Negroes are not going to disobey MASSA. Surely they're not going to be sitting home acting in their own best interest. They're going to put the interest of Hillary Clinton ahead of their own. Surely they will. That was the siren song they sang 8 years ago. And that siren song ended as a tragedy. Now they're doing it again with Joe Biden. And if the trend continues, which I believe it will, they're going to achieve the exact same results. And they should. As black voters, we have to leverage some sort of consequences for ignoring us. We have to show that we have the will to punish people when they refuse to produce for us. If somebody calls themselves saying, I want your vote and I'll do A, B, C, and then we give them our vote and they say, okay, then I'm leaving. No, you guys, you're fine on your own. That is somebody who has to be punished. But you want to know what I noticed missing from this little story on Politico? Any mention of nigga Jim Clyburn, America's favorite sharecropper. Oh, they got him in the picture for the headline image, sitting here making nice with Biden. But there's no mention of him in the story at all. Nor of any of these other baby boomers. No mention of the civil rights retreads. See, they're trying to avoid saying that there's a generation gap here. That's what they're trying to avoid saying. They say, well, there's a problem with younger voters. That means you got a generation gap. And you know exactly why that is. The younger voters are looking and saying, these guys ain't offering us nothing. The older voters, all they're concerned about is Social Security. Long as Social Security is around, you can continue to have their vote. And they ain't got nothing better to do except for crawl out of the house 2 times a year, maybe 3 if they're lucky, if there's a special election, and they'll go vote because they ain't got nothing else better to do. That's what happens. Right. That's the problem. You see, they know that they can't be dragging out any of these Clyburns to talk to us. Some hog-mog preacher, some pulpit pimp, that ain't going to work. They can't send them out. You know what, though? I got an idea. If the Democrats are having a problem reaching those younger black voters, you know, the under 55 crowd, why don't they hire Roly-Poly Martin to be a consultant for them? I mean, he has the pulse of the people, right? And he's been begging like a dog for a political consulting gig ever since CNN dumped him. So that's a long time for him to be begging, but that's what he's been doing. The Democrats, they need to hire some folks who know what's going on with the Black community. That need to hire me. Messaging, your problem is messaging. Remember that? The political misleaders have failed to con the younger Black voters. So I guess it's time to let the white media's cast-offs try their hand at the wheel, because they've been right about everything else so far, haven't they? Roly-Poly, you remember, was the one who was cursing and ranting on that broom closet show of his when he said that younger Black voters aren't important and aren't going to do anything, and the Democrats need to forget about the younger Black voters and just focus on the older ones and focus on getting the old folks to the polls. That was Roly-Poly's free advice to the DNC. Y'all need to stop worrying about them younger voters. They stuck on the internet listening to them angry folk, them new voice of Black media, them fools. You need to focus on them older voters. That's how you win with them older voters. That was Roly-Poly's advice. And that's exactly what the Democrats have done. And look where it's put them. So we can see how much value Roly-Poly's sage consulting advice has. Even the GOP, which is the party of old white men, even they don't talk like Roly-Poly does. They don't talk stupid like that. Even the GOP, as terminally geriatric as they are, they understand that if they can't bring in new blood, if they fail to bring in young people, younger voters, then their party will literally die out. Roly-Poly hasn't gotten the memo on how mortality rates work. And speaking of clueless tools, the article also has a quote from a woman named Adrienne Shropshire. And if that name sounds familiar to you, it should. She's the head of the so-called Blacc. I did a video about her. You can find it in the archives of this very YouTube channel. I explained and showed that Blacc is actually a white-funded, white-controlled organization, so-called dark money. They ought to call it pale money because that's what it is. White money came up with it and funded it. White money funds it today, and they went and hired a front Black person to claim that she's the one who runs it. That's what Blacc is. Naturally, Shropshire just cheerleads for the Democrats no matter what because that's her job. But it's not ours. Family, we have to prove that it's a brand new day now. Right. That we are willing to destabilize the system if it fails to produce for us. Right. The white media has told a ton of lies, but because we've stuck to our guns, they now have to admit the truth, however grudgingly. And it's exactly what we told you it's been for the last several years. The white media has to lie about us because to tell the truth would be too terrifying. Well, it's our job to make sure their worst nightmare comes true. We will ignore and eventually overtake the white media's propaganda. We will crush these bootlicks and ultimately break the backs of these white supremacists on the white right and the left. Joe Biden has run out of scare tactics to use, and we won't let you forget about all the lies he's told. See, that's the real problem now. He can make any promise that he wants. The problem is he made so many broken promises in the past, no Black person's going to believe him now. So he can put all the money he wants into South Carolina. But if the Black grassroots have our way, instead of South Carolina being the beginning of his reelection, it will be the end of his presidency. He showed us that he could ignore us and not give a rip. Well, now it's our turn.
Yep.
Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Sherman Marshall, Amir Miller, Brenda McPherson, CLP, and Hefzibah. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
So there it is. The white media is finally up.
Yeah. And they finally realizing the fact, man, that we're not going through this for this bullshit no more.
Mm-hmm.
And then the cold part about it is this ought to give some type of incentive of the political power that we do have, and we need to utilize that power for our interest and our interest only. Okay, now, also too, back to the dump as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear.
Before we get on the dump as in human shit, Shabaka.
Yeah.
Was that your final thoughts on
Jason
on the plantation?
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? And Biden is full of shit. He's a schemer. You know what I'm saying? You know, he's a snake. You know what I mean? And then, you know, like that shit that he did 50 years ago. And as they say, a leopard can never change his spots. You see?
People can change, Shabaka. People can change.
And if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black. Well, here's what I'm going to say out here on the public airwaves. I am not mad at anybody for voting for the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear, is because, see, the dumpster is telling you how he honestly feels. Dump, he ain't gonna bump your head. See, Dump is honest about what he's saying. I'm not voting for the orange looking motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? But at the same token, at least I have to say about the no good bastard is that he is stating how he honestly feels.
Yeah.
Yeah. And hopefully his campaign headquarters would be the damn federal penitentiary. Now, Brother Che, did you write up anything, man, in regard to the latest story out of Alabama, where they got a new method of killing motherfuckers? It's not cyanide no more like California used to do. They got some hydroxin, nitrogen shit, or whatever. And Attorney General, the great state of Alabama, land of old frog face and what have you, talking about that this is a new improved method and it's very humane. And then others were commenting on it of how this man had suffered before he was killed. Just do what the fuck they do in the state of Utah. Put a motherfucker up in front of a goddamn firing squad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
I wouldn't believe the fucking thing he said. He been lying forever. He lies just because he's white. That shit only matter to everybody else, but they don't matter. It shouldn't matter to us. Nothing they gonna say is really gonna make anything go away or feel better, considering that we've been unhappy for a long time. But they just was showing their ass this last season of him being in office, him and Kamala. So, and it doesn't matter who you put in at this point. They'd have to do a whole systemic fucking purge and restart.
Right. And then go ahead, Lady Che.
It's kind of like it doesn't matter what he say. I mean, look what happened. Like, he was just at Black church supposed to be talking about the tragedy that happened, and he let them talk about Palestine, and then fucking say 4 more years turned into a whole campaign thing for him running. He talking to black people, real black people. He just said try to say whatever just to satisfy
the real
things.
black people out for demanding reparations.
Yeah, exactly.
Trust anything they say. I wouldn't let Newsom in. I wouldn't trust anything they say.
They're gonna run Michelle Obama. They're strictly running Michelle Obama for president.
Either way, like, it's kind of late in the game, right, for her to get in.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Actually, if Michelle Obama was to get off into it, Lady Che, now would be the time to do it.
Like the next 2 months.
At the latest.
Because Super Tuesday's coming up.
Right.
The primaries in June.
Right.
Special elections in June.
Yeah, and the primaries in June in California, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. Like, I see nothing. And then they're trying to put up anybody else. Like, they're doing a lot of
Sleepy Jim Crow Joe and Marianne Williamson. I think it's another person.
Right.
It's not happening, man. I don't know. I don't believe anything he says, so.
Oh, yeah, and then to prove your point even further, Lady Che, to not believe what any of these no good bastards are saying is that, they got Trump on the ballot up there in New Hampshire where Nikki Haley is still trying to hang on, but you had to write in Joe Biden. They want you to write in Joe Biden. You see what I'm saying? So there's some fuckery for you right there. And then the sad part about it is these goddamn politicians don't sit up there and believe 95% of the shit they telling you. You know what I'm saying? And they thinking the fucking American public is stupid. But however, you see, but we got to deal for us a black first agenda. You see, it's because we are all we got.
Cornell West is going to meet with the new black media next week, so.
All right, is there any way we could book him?
Which part of the new black media? Because he already met with Tim Black.
He's meeting with Black Alpha.
This is going to be positive.
Okay.
Yeah, he's meeting with Black Alpha Network on Tuesday.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay. It would be nice to chime in, so because I got a few things
Yeah,
to
it's
say to
gonna be
Cornell myself.
It's gonna be right before Shabaka's like experiencing answer. You might be able to do that.
Shit, man.
Okay.
Gonna rise up. His numbers gonna be well high that day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now get this here. Now let me tell you something about old Cornell West. Okay. You remember?
Fucking don't do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's three
Okay.
Democrats running for president.
Okay.
I'm feeling Cornell West.
I think one dropped out though. Phillips dude.
Go ahead, Jabaka. I'm playing. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. When Cornell West was out there protesting in Ferguson, right? And they showed that picture of him getting handcuffed, right? You could best believe that motherfucker didn't get busted for no felony.
Oh hell no.
Yeah. So what does that tell you? You see.
Yeah,
So what does that tell you?
Performative.
Yeah, and I love the way about brother Che. This must have been over 20 years ago, man. Where Sister Soldier owned his ass. She owned Cornell West.
30 years
She
ago.
owned, yes, she owned Phil Donahue, and she owned Tony Brown's Black Journal. And they had the former Washington D.C. mayor up there, Sharon Pratt Calley up there, and whatnot. And Sister Soldier stood on her square like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So if you out there, Sister Soldier, please get with us, ma'am. We know that you have a very, very heavy, tight schedule. We also, too, are reaching out to Dr. Joyce DeGroot, is because she's completing her study on the reparations. We're reaching out to her. We also, too, would like to reach out to Rosa Sparks again. We've had her on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And Sarge, well, Sarge is Sarge. We need Sarge. Because one thing I will say about Sarge, that man loves him some Donald Duck, and Sarge is down for his. Although we don't agree with Sarge, but I respect the man for being down with his. You see, also, huh?
She dropped her hat in the ring.
Who is that?
Jill Stein.
Jill Stein.
Yeah, the Green Party.
Oh, she dropped her hat in the ring. I didn't know that. I don't have any information on that.
Yeah, it looks like she's running.
No, okay. Now, if I may, I would like to read this article here about Tim Scott.
Oh my God, we're about to get to him, but we got to get to this reparations bill.
Oh,
all
okay.
Right. Yeah, I don't believe nothing out of Sleepy Jim Crow Joe's mouth. I don't believe nothing out of Clyburn Bojangles' mouth. I don't believe nothing out of his mouth. Joe tell me, I don't want no lip service. I want tangibles. I want something that's
absolutely. Absolutely.
American child slavery. Otherwise, it's the couch.
Exactly. And then all you black politicians in Congress, if you did more than 3 terms in that motherfucker, and we do know that your term is only 2 years apiece, you need to get out of politics. Right. It's because you're not feeling the black community. Maxine Waters, it was a gallant fight, ma'am, that you have did for the last 40 years that I know of, Maxine. Okay, you did what you could. I think you need to go on there, Maxine, and hang it up. Okay. Then who is this dude who they got as the new Speaker of the House? You know what I'm saying? He's dangerous.
Oh,
and
might run Meacham.
Yeah. And then that former Speaker of the House, that Kevin McCarthy, vote that son of a bitch out of office.
Yep. All right. So our next topic is:
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars? Wasting tons of time on troubleshooting.
Fuck your commercial. Fuck your commercial.
Phil Scott. I think this is this is Phil Scott, but this is Sister Demetria.
Okay.
So Jamar Bowman, if you remember last year, Shabaka and Lady Che. Corey Bush was talking about this bill. I don't know if it's the same bill, if it's a different bill. Corey Bush is talking about running this bill, her and the squad, and that never went nowhere. So now Jamar Bowman calls himself trying to rerun the same bill or a different bill for $14 trillion in reparations.
Okay, that's not even a drop in the bucket.
No. I'm going to let Sister Demetria give us the update on that.
And then also, too, ladies and gentlemen, like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
Has proposed a $14 trillion reparation bill known as HR 414. Now, you guys have heard of HR 40, which is a study of reparations, but he is saying, no, let's go ahead and roll out the money. Now, some of the reparation bill entails things for education, free education to one of the 107 HBCUs in America. Also, it deals with restoring the voting rights for incarcerated and previously incarcerated individuals. But more specifically, this is what he is saying. According to the 2020 census, there are approximately 42 million African Americans in the United States, which makes up 12% of the population. When divided evenly, each person could receive $333,000, which could be paid out over decades. He also goes on to say, who says the $14 trillion needs to be paid out in one shot? It might be possible for it to be paid out over 5, 10, or 20 years. You could take that $333,000 and break it up into monthly checks over X amount of time. There are creative ways to do the right thing and do what needs to be done. Now, of course, he was talking about the housing and education and incarcerated individuals being able to vote. Just all a part of that bill. My thing is, $14 trillion sounds like a great start, although there's been a lot of economists that says it's much higher, right? Because of course we know that for the almost 250 years of slavery, that slave masters and everybody from their ancestors and generations to follow, they've made trillions upon trillions upon trillions of dollars off of the slave labor of our ancestors. And so I want to get back to that of Representative Jamal Bowman. Thank you so much for that bill that actually said
to hell with that bill. Now, look, we've been saying here on Frontline Black News $100 trillion, starting at $100 trillion. Now, what that breaks down to is $1.2 million for each Black family or each Black person that's sent into chattel slavery. Right. This shit right here is a joke.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's a
says,
damn
hey,
joke. But
this
what
is
it
what
is,
should be given. But I got a problem with that over decades, over a small period of time, this, that, and the other, and education and all that. Because true indeed, not all Black people want to go to college. Some Black people have already gone to college, right? And so they don't want to go again. And yes, I think that the voting rights should be restored for people who are incarcerated and those who were previously incarcerated. But what does that got to do with reparations?
It has nothing to do with reparations. And in many
they don't
states,
have no. It's comparing apples to oranges.
It's a nothing burger.
Yeah, exactly.
Why does that got to be a part of a bill? And how much does that really cost? Can't you just, you and your homies there in Congress with a stroke of a pen or votes or whatever you need to do and say, okay, restore the rights. That doesn't need to be included in reparations. But going back to that over time, 5, 10, 20 years, y'all didn't do that. And I know it was probably before your time there in Congress, but the other people in Congress, they didn't do that with everybody else, the Jewish community, Japanese, and anybody else who's got reparations. They didn't
freeze
say, well,
that, man. I want to show you
$5
something of how this is chess and not checkers, if I may.
Here's 5 more than that. No, they got it.
Okay. The way how it is chess is because they figure, because they're going to string it along, right? Okay, now what's happening is if they talking about this 10 and 20 years, the alternative agenda that they have is that they're going to have all these motherfuckers, damn men calling themselves women and all that old type of shit. They're going to push that agenda way before the reparations. You see what I'm saying? So what they need to do right now, tomorrow, cut the goddamn check. Fuck Ukraine. Fuck the Israelis. You see what I'm saying? All that goddamn money that they sending over there, man, for that bullshit, man. They can cut the fucking reparations right here. Now, black family, I'm gonna tell you why they're delaying it, because they do not want us to acquire generational wealth. They do not want us to acquire real estate.
And they don't want us to pass it down to the next generation.
And no, that's exactly what it is, Brother Che. What they want to pass down to the next generation of black folks is men getting fucked in their asses, talking about their woman, having them taking tomato paste and shoving it up their ass, talking about that they menstruating. You see what I mean? That's the goddamn agenda that they trying to push. Now, if this old raggedy ass broad, won this lawsuit against the dump, as in human shit, okay, then they need, as you do, and I'm gonna borrow your words, Brother Che, cut the goddamn checks. They could do it tomorrow. Fuck Ukraine. Fuck what's going on over there in the Middle East. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, Middle East, but yeah.
I'm dead serious.
What are your thoughts on this ridiculous bill?
This is stupid. This is like another time wasting fucking. They don't think black people are gonna read into it, look into it, ask questions. They just another thing of them trying to take us for fucking playing on our
suckers
emotions and shit. Another emotional
we
thing.
see you, we hear you, so
we're acknowledging that we're thinking about you in the way that we're gonna make this all inclusive fucking pointless time wasting bill and just throw in a couple of key words just to satisfy you black folk so you can stop whining about what we owe you. And you say, since we're not alive in those times, we don't think we owe you anything. We're gonna continue to fucking just go ahead and exploit you, take advantage of you, and lie to your face, gaslight you, and tell you can't have shit. As we, populate the fucking United States with nothing but immigrants who we just ain't vote for us anyway, but it's gonna be enough to annoy you. So we just want you to be unhappy, angry, and fucking scared all the time, and not ask questions about it. So
or as Malcolm X said, Lady Che, they want us to suffer peacefully.
Is he a Democrat too, right?
They want us to suffer peacefully.
Yeah. Right? He's a Democrat.
Yes.
Yep. So see, his Democratic ploy. He's out there just they put the black motherfucker out there to shield us and play with our emotions and shit, and try to think you're gonna do something. And nobody get. And we wise to you, Democrats. We wise to you. We read everything now, line by line, word by word. We'll even read it 100 times just in case, because you try to slip in that mumble jumble in the same fucking sentence. I'm extra reading. Sometimes you'll see me go through shit. They might think I'm just retarded because I want to play it back like 3-4 times and read it at the same time. Yeah. No, I'm not retarded. It's because they're trying to put a point. They're trying to make a point and contradict it in the same fucking sentence. And they think I'm dumb. And they think most black people are dumb because we're not reading. We're just skimming through videos, skimming through reading. And no, we're paying attention and back. We're paying attention and taking out broad, ambiguous terms. We're taking out words that don't fit with our what we're looking for. We're making sure that we're not being lied to and gaslit or fucking. This is a cognitive dissonant moment, and that we're not slipping off into fucking dementia and watching the fucking Mandela effect be live right now, playing live in 2024 right in front of our eyes. We're watching you actively erase us, disappear us, and historically fucking in the present as much as you want, and pretend that it's not happening. We're watching it. We're on to it. Just so you don't know. I'm saying it. In case anybody want to pretend they weren't saying it, I'm saying it. We're very much aware.
Exactly.
I read shit. You know, see, you see me go over something like 3-4 times to back it up, just make sure I heard that they said the same thing, and it was just like one. There's a contradictory.
Well, these mugs they keep using the same playbook, and they think they're gonna have the same results that they did.
Oh my god!
Right.
Or and the fact that we're so fucking.
You know what's bad when they literally using the same speech that Hillary Clinton used in 2016 and 2024.
Right.
He had a good point today, man. When he said it, and I was in the chat. He said, we're constantly being bombarded with There's no chance. There's no chance to fucking breathe. As a people, we have no chance to breathe and sit back and think. And that's why we're always making these weird decisions. They don't seem weird. We're reacting in every fucking survival moment as it comes every day, all day long.
Mm-hmm.
We're like in a state of survival.
All right, y'all. Let me finish the video. It's
Yeah.
like 3 minutes left.
Just get us in the cigarette, please.
Not all at one time. So why is it always when it comes to Black people, we need to we're gonna go give it to you little bit by little, because that doesn't solve the problem of the wealth gap between Black and white people here in America. Right. It is said that it take us about 232 years, probably more than that at this point, to catch up to the wealth of white people at the rate we're going without reparations. And so the 333,000, I think that's a very low number, okay? Because say you live somewhere in California, you got to darn near make that a year to survive. So what is that really doing, right?
It's not doing
but
nothing.
Giving it to us little by little, that doesn't help close the wealth gap. That's some hush money. Now hush.
Yep.
We didn't give it to you, not the hush money that we're quiet, but the hush money. Now don't say nothing else. We're giving you some, ain't we? Yeah, you're giving us something, but it's not enough. And if you're gonna give us $333,000, give it to us at one lump sum. We can decide what we want to do with the money. If we want to go to college, which some will argue, well, if I got $333,000 again, which is not enough, I probably don't want to go to college. I could, start some businesses or do whatever I want to do with that money. Because in turn, if I go to college, it's going to be to make $3,000 somewhere. So if I'm getting that lump sum, I can decide what I want to do with it. But again, just want to say, of course, we know that now it's election season. So the Democrats, because that's what he is, they're going to come out with all the stops. Of course, they're going to send out, their best representative. When I say best, one that looks like us, right? To say, hey, Black people, well, how about a little reparations bill? Well, it's like we already got one, and y'all ain't did nothing with that. It's collecting dust on the shelf. But this particular bill, is talking about a specific amount of money. So it's a ploy. It's a ploy. You don't need to try to, get people on board with that. Just do it. Say, hey, we've all decided here in Congress that the checks will be rolling out to African Americans who are descendants of slavery. Expect to get that check in the mail in the next couple of days or direct deposit or whatever it is you're going to do, right? But no, it's games. Because let's keep it a buck. Most people in America, not counting Black people, don't believe that Black people should get reparations, American descendants of slavery. They don't believe we should get that. So how many in Congress are going to say, well, since you mentioned it, Jamal, let's go ahead and do it? Not a lot, because there's some in his party, the Democrats, in fact, a lot, and probably most in the Republican Party that don't believe Black people should get reparations. And so again, he is playing games. It's all a game to get Black people excited about more of nothing. So as I have always been taught, never, and when I say never count money until it's in your hand, okay? So I also want to revise that. Don't go to the booth, the voting booth, and vote for them until that money is in your hand.
I'm holding my
Give us a reason, Jamal. Give us a reason to show up to vote for you, because now it's showing up to vote for more of nothing. So y'all tell me what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to
like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
Just gonna hold his vote like he holds his foot.
Okay, what are y'all thoughts on this ridiculous bill?
Okay, it's a bunch of bullshit. It's gaslighting again. And the first thing, man, that should tell you that this is a bunch of shit is the price that he's talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, the price that he's talking about. You see what I mean?
And it's not even specific. African Americans, Elon Musk could get this.
Man, fuck Elon Musk, man. He's a goddamn bore. He ain't no African. That motherfucker's a bore. And if you got that video, Brother Che, if you got that video that it's in black and white, and I tagged you in it from Miriam Makeba that she made in mid 1960s. If you got access to it, put it up there. And Sister Miriam pretty much places it on the line. See, this is why I say these white motherfuckers out here, man, thinking they so much of a goddamn authoritarian on our issues. Look at that video by Miriam Makeba, as she says. Our traditions are translated orally, and I'm just paraphrasing her, not exact quote, just getting a okay, Michael Ford. Hey, Michael Ford, what's going on, man? Yeah, man. Yeah, stay with us, man. Chime on in, man. You want me to send a link to you, man? All you got to do is say, yeah, I'll send you the link, man. You can come on with us. But Michael Ford, check my wall, man, that I did. It's a black and white video of Miriam Makeba around about 1963. And she says is that when the white man came, okay, he breaks down in his history uh, uh, is that you don't exist until we say that you exist. I'm just paraphrasing her. And then she says is that our history, knowledge of ourselves is passed down orally. It's not written. But as Sister Mary McKeever says, it's the victor that always writes the history. You see what I mean? And then on top of that, right there, you see, and she says that for the white man to say that we were not here until he got here, where he says, poof, now you exist. It is ridiculous. Yeah, if you have access, if you got access to that there.
When he was going in about the twofold, like you hold your swoop.
Yeah. I was only by boat like I hold my embryos. That's real shit. I ain't letting not one drop until it's time, man.
And about we dock some mugs. We doing background checks. We checking their websites out. We seeing what their platforms is.
In their shit. You are not getting reelected because you're not getting reelected. And the message is going out. None of you fucking Democratic black shields are getting reelected. It's not happening. That should be the message.
And then to find out, as a good friend of mine has said, is that do you know, man, that we're gonna have to turn our backs, man, on 1/3 of these niggas, man, because there's a new movie out called Coons, starring the majority of these motherfuckers. Okay, Michael Ford, we do better. Breathing isn't too great. Hasn't been for the last 4 days. Oh man. Oh man. Okay. Well, of course we're praying for you there, brother Michael Ford. Yeah, man. Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely.
Michael, we're gonna pray for each other, brother.
Yes.
And then too, so and if you got access to that video, brother Chad, I meant to ask you that there earlier to please put that up. And if there's any way, man, that you could work your voodoo or your magic, man, we need to have that there as one of the introductory clips for Shabaka's Blacc Experience on Blog Talk.
Send me a message. Got you, Shabaka. Send me a message on the messenger, and I'll do it tomorrow.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to copy and paste it, Lady Che. Okay, but it is up on my wall, and I posted it up there. I think within about the last 5 days. Okay, so it is definitely, it is definitely there. And then of course, Miriam Makeba, who was commonly referred to as Mama Africa, she's the one that sings the song "African Sunset" on our intro for Shabaka's Blacc Experience Enhanced, and I believe Sister Miriam Makeba was Xhosa and Zulu, because I do know that she's very, very fluent in English, Xhosa, Zulu, French, I believe. Memory serves. Huh?
What day did you post it?
Okay, this must have been within the last 4 days, Brother Chad. I think I tagged you in it as well, too.
Okay, I think I see it now.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah. Catch up on the RVA. I did an RVA test today too.
It's a song, though.
I'm just talking about Shabaka should just catch up on the RVA period.
Okay, you did what, Lady Che?
She's saying you should watch the latest RVA.
I covered a lot of shit yesterday that you're talking about.
Yes, he was the biggest scam.
Okay. Oh yeah, Michael Ford, you're right. Obama was the biggest scam, man. Them saltines ever pulled on us. Yeah, Michael Ford, you are absolutely correct. Is because Obama, when they had passed that shit over there, man, for that gay rights shit in all 50 states. Okay, he was over there, man, in Kenya talking about speaking with the president President Kenyatta of Kenya. And Obama comes up there talking about this alternative agenda, And the president of Kenya said, look, man, we ain't with that, man. And we respect you having your roots here in Kenya, President Obama, but we are not with that. Is because you see, in African societies, over the years that I have been studying them, they place great emphasis on procreation. You see what I mean? Okay. And this is why the men would have two or three wives and what have you, to have his children. Okay. It's because the men folk were out there handling the business with war and stuff like that. So quite naturally, of course, they want to leave their offspring behind in case, they paid the ultimate price out there on the battlefield. And now, also too, to you Europeans who don't give a fuck about slavery, you want to talk to us about fuck boys and the Romans, man. Hey people, check this out. We don't give a good goddamn, okay?
Right.
Because your motherfuckers didn't bathe. You stunk, okay? And then it was Ethiopian women, okay, meaning African women, that gave the world the concept of feminine hygiene. Okay, so they don't want to give the sisters credit for that. Then, not to mention the fact when you had that old Pied Piper of Hamelin, you know who the Pied Piper was, right? He was the motherfucker that played the little pipe or the little flute instrument or whatever that marched all them damn rats off into the fucking ocean. You know what I'm saying? You see how many goddamn rats he had? Because the bubonic plague comes from rats. It's because your European monarchies did not believe in washing your funky, stinking, nasty asses. Shit stinks.
Let the animals live with them.
Yeah,
And they didn't
exactly.
have no windows either. They was living in barns and shit.
Oh
They didn't
man.
have no damn castles. They didn't have no castles until the Moors came.
Interesting. Okay, brother Che, drop knowledge on that. Okay. And then I do know when those Europeans had those castles, they would have the drawbridge that went over the moat, right? You know what the moat was, man?
I mean, I don't like it.
Was that damn sewage system, man. So you can imagine, man, that damn moat stunk to high hell for miles, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Deacon of Reality. Hey, peace to you, brother. Please share the link. Please share the link. Definitely check out Frontline Black
I
News,
will.
Deacon of Reality.
Yeah, we're moving right along
We'll
now.
move to the next topic.
So,
Shabaka.
the next
Uh,
topic, NAACP
okay.
is on notice. Man.
Fuck
Okay,
them.
what's our next topic?
The NAACP is on notice.
The National Association of Coon Ass Politicians.
Yep.
Yeah.
Them motherfuckers. Oh Lord. No, okay, let me see it. I already had my dinner. I think I digested it already, so I don't have to vomit after listening to this bullshit. And I know it's sickening about the National Association for Coons. Okay.
People are so high for nothing.
Remember we had covered the rally that they had at the MLK with stupid ass,
Yes, sir.
stupid Jim Crow Biden. This was the same speech that
Yes,
Hillary
sir.
Clinton did in 2016 at the same
Yes,
church
sir. And this
where
is where
shot
Dylan
and
Roof
killed.
killed all our people. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the NAACP, Negroes always asking for Caucasoid's permission. It's on notice.
Exactly. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good
They
one
are
right
going
there.
to be sued by the new black media.
Right.
Found that some Black Americans that they had kicked out of this rally, but they allowed the Palestinians to do their protest.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to fast forward to where he's like, this Black Alpha, shout out to Black Alpha Network.
Oh yeah, yeah. The brother who was dropping the knowledge and what have you, and I believe even he himself had went up there and mentioned the reparations.
I can't go to sleep at night.
So Pac tried to warn us about the NAACP. Malcolm
Who
X,
tried to warn us?
Tupac.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, indeed, all the way live. This is what we talking about, y'all. No longer can they do that. So that right there is us breaking down the fact that we were violated. Our constitutional rights were all violated. Brothers and sisters are completely legally afforded the opportunity to get what's ours. In that case, we are putting together a case. We are definitely going to push forth with it. All of the brothers and sisters are going to do it. We're going to do it as one. The first thing is that. The second thing is tax exempt. What we need to talk about, family, is how the NAACP been running around here for years, y'all, and they've been a tax exempt organization. First off, the only way you can be exempt for tax, family, as an organization is if you are nonpartisan. They are the most partisan group on the planet. They have always been.
Okay.
They do nothing but support the Democrats after the Democrats,
Right.
the Democrats, left and right.
Facts.
So, family, what we have done right now is that we have put them on Front Street. NAACP, you in trouble. You in trouble, and you done mess with the wrong certifieds, and you done mess with the wrong generation.
That's right.
And you done mess with the wrong lineage. If you was used to the past, sorry, hate to be you. Because now we on y'all. Every single thing that the NAACP does, they're going to get G-check for it. We ain't going to let nothing slide. You the African-American to let it slide. The person of color let it slide. The minority, all them let it slide. We ain't going for none of that. You're going to go ahead and have to pay up for violating foundational Black America. Those foundational Black Americans is just too thorough and too certified for you. So on that case, we are going to take them to court and we're going to get that money. And we're going to do it as a family. And on top of that, we're going to get them exempt from their tax exempt status because they have been out here faking, front, and perpetrating. Check this out right here, you guys. This is something that we have been looking at heavily. Are NAACP units tax exempt? This is the thing. Shout out to our good brother, Afro Elite, and shout out to Dr. Randy Short.
Yep, shout out to
when the NAACP first came,
we need Randy
and they were
Short
declining
on
cash
the front
payment
line.
reparations. There was a conversation that was had where it was suggested that if we ever want to dismantle the NAACP, because that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. It's all about dismantling the NAACP. We're not out here playing patty cake, okay? We're not out here playing games. We ain't got another 400 years to play, all right? You disrespect us today, you're going to get G-check today. That's just the way the game going to have to go, y'all. So when it comes down to the NAACP coming around foundational Black Americans, portraying themselves as some type of Black organization, but really they're nothing more than a front for all these other communities, we on them. Now what we're seeing is, family, is that they have been fraudulently coming around and claiming that they are a nonpartisan organization.
Damn lie.
You cannot be a partisan organization and receive tax exempt status. We, as a foundational Black American lineage, have seen this, have spotted this, and it's time we go platinum. If they thought that we was in the past, they got to deal with the present. Although the NAACP units are 501c4 tax exempt organizations, the national NAACP is a 501c3 organization, which is
nonprofit,
restricted in how it can assist people in registering or getting out to vote. In addition, the NAACP policy specifically prohibits units' engagement in political campaign activity. Let me say that one more time.
They're all involved.
In addition, the NAACP policy specifically prohibits units' engagement in political campaign activity. So you mean to tell me that the NAACP by law is not even allowed to engage in political campaign activity? What the hell was the MLK Day event? Kamala Harris showed up and gave a whole speech based on political engagement, to the point where they not only support candidates, they go after other candidates. Not only do they go after other candidates, they lively, actively donate. When you start talking about donations, the NAACP has been donating finances to the Democratic Party and at the same time receiving donations from the Democratic Party for years. The very fact or notion, you guys, that this fraudulent ass group has ran around for hundreds of years and evaded the fact that they are a Democratic Shield organization is a farce. And it is time that we expose them. All of us foundational Black Americans, there's a saying, all of our mothers, fathers, grandparents told us, it is what is done in the dark comes to light.
To the light. Yes, sir.
Like foundational Black Americans are going to be the ones who bring it to the light, especially in this generation. Oh, they in trouble now. Oh, they in trouble. If people think it was bad that I literally have the head of the South Carolina NAACP branch telling us it was a public event, while that dusty ass Sambo told us it was a private event, violating us, they're going to get seen in court. If you think that was bad, Wait until we expose that the NAACP is not supposed to be even actively participating in politics, in which they do every day. They have violated their own rules and clause by the United States.
Yeah, you read about that,
That's
Michael
not what
Ford.
said. That's what they said. Now, y'all just saw that right there, right? Clear as day. It openly says that the NAACP is not allowed to participate in political activities. Clear violations. Y'all remember when I was calling out NCOBRA and I was calling out all these Democratic Shield organizations, and I told y'all to check out a website called Open Secrets, all right? Open Secrets is a website that shows you every single political campaign, contribution, donation, political PACs, and where the money's flowing politically. It just so happens that, you know, I paid a stop over there to that website, and I went in to see where the money's going with the NAACP. According to the law, the NAACP is not supposed to do any of this. So how come we see not only local, but national, not only individual, but collective, how come we keep seeing the NAACP is actually openly donating money and accepting money from who? The Democratic Party. When I say we got receipts, we got them. When I say we got spoilers, we got them. When I say that we are dropping real facts, we got them. Spoilers for days, y'all. Open Secrets, NAACP. Check this out, you guys. Let's go to, let's say, 2020, the last election. Let's check it out. Democrats, they've been donating money to the Democratic Party. Hold on. Party of recipients. Right there. That's the money they're giving. Incumbent and non-incumbents. Ooh, look at that. 67.96% they've been given. Okay, look at this right here. Contributions. Democrats, right there. 12 members right there. Look at this. 1,000 right there. Hold on. Let's go down. Let's go down. Well, we ain't done yet. Senate. Look at that. Senate recipients. It got all the way down to the Senate. All federal candidates, party and receipts. The Democrats have been getting 99.8% of donations from the NAACP. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Again, more individuals. Super PACs right there. 18, by the way, 18.4 thousand. You ain't supposed to be doing this. Why are you doing this, NAACP? This is a clear violation of your laws, NAACP. Why are y'all getting all of this in return, NAACP? And y'all right, we're going to talk about who's been donating money to them in the process, because they're not supposed to be receiving money. They're not supposed to be donating money. The only money that they can receive, family, based on law, is from private institutions, nobody who is affiliated in any way, shape, or form with a political party. Meaning, if I am affiliated with a political party, I cannot take that money, give it to you, and you give it to them, okay? They have to take independent donations from independent people without it being seen as laundering or going through the hands of someone else. Basically, they can't accept what they would call dirty money. The money got to be clean. But look at this right here, y'all. Look at the people who have been receiving. You see Democrat, 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 political party, Democrat, 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 Democrat. More. All blue. Nancy Pelosi. I see her floating. Right. There you go. That's Nancy Pelosi right there. Nancy Pelosi. Right there, Nancy. We see you. Oh, yes, we do. Let's see who else you got there. Raphael Warnock. There you go.
Oh, yeah, the Warnock.
Raphael Warnock. Hakeem Jeffries.
Another coon.
Same guy that my brother EJ disrupted at the church, and G checked him. Checkmate, 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 y'all. All the way across the board. And that's not even it, family. That is only one half. See, on this website, they'll actually have summary, totals, recipients, congressional committees, lobbying. Okay. They also have been very active in lobbying. Look at that. I ain't got to say it. 1998, 2003. Y'all look at that right there. Go ahead. Look at that graph. Graph ain't lying. Graph ain't lying. No.
And it's ascending.
You see where the money at. See, they don't want foundational Black Americans to start following that goddamn money. The money ain't going to lie. The money ain't going to lie. The money's what's telling the real deal. Look at that right there. You ain't supposed to have $1 going to anything political. The very fact that they've been running around here masquerading as some type of independent organization ain't nothing independent about them at all. It is clear as day. They have been accepting money. They have been given money, and it seems to always go to the Democratic Party. So if you always have money, you always go to the Democratic Party. That means that you are a Democratic organization. You're not supposed to be anything other than a race organization that fights for the behalf of colored people in America. So what does that tell you? Again, family, it shows you that these people are in complete bed. And I want you guys to check out those websites that I was just providing. It'll give you even more. And you know what? Y'all might see something I ain't even catch, because it goes that deep, y'all. It goes that deep. So they're out here running all types of fraudulent stuff. Democrat for days, you guys. Democrats for days. Look at all these things they've been fighting for too, y'all. HR 40, HR 350, whatever the hell that is. They got everything in here for every other group except for foundational Black Americans. What you do not see in there is reparations. What you do not see in there is reparations, family. What you do not see is anything that is for us. What you do not see is anything that's beneficial to us. Only thing you see is a bunch of shill, oppie ass things, and it all goes back to, let's pull it out. This shows you right here, family. They are not supposed to even be functioning at all under those means. One more time. Look at that again. Are the NAACP units tax exempt? And it says again, in addition, the NAACP policy specifically prohibits units' engagement in political campaign activity. That looked like a hell of a lot of campaign activity, if you ask me, family. And that campaign activity has been operating right there, clear as day, in the open. So when you start talking about the NAACP, you start talking about the way they've been moving, functioning, you see that somebody been allowing it. This has been their butter biscuits.
Exactly.
They have been getting tax exempt luxuries based on the fact that they sell out foundational Black Americans. If we ever want to see what they get in return, you get a tax exempt organization that is literally out here selling things left and right. And they get it because they sell out foundational Black Americans in the process. Look at this right here. Y'all remember about, I want to say this was in 2020. Matter of fact, in the infamous, if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. Oh, they messed up. You see, the same way that dude messed up and he told us this is a private event on behalf of the NAACP. He should have never said that. He should have never said that. He should have just said it's a public event. He should have just made up something, okay? The fact that that guy said it's a private event, and that is literally the contradiction of what it really was, he made a mistake. And that mistake is going to cost them dearly, okay? He effed up. Y'all remember when Joe Biden said, if you don't vote for him, you ain't Black? Well, when he said, if you don't vote for him, you ain't Black, he also said something along the lines of, the NAACP endorsed me. The NAACP is not supposed to endorse anybody. Nope. That classifies as what? That classifies as political activity. Political activity that the NAACP is not supposed to partake in. Check this out, family. Check this out right here. Black voters helped Vice President Joe Biden all but secure the Democratic presidential nomination. But Biden overstated his support from the NAACP on a prominent radio show. The same one in which he said Black voters who don't support him ain't Black. He messed up. Listen, family, if you let them talk long enough, they will expose themselves. Yes, Biden faced tough questions during a May 22nd edition of the Breakfast Club show, in which most Black audience, host Charlemagne the God told Biden the Democrats take Black voters for granted and asked why Biden resisted admitting to the 1994 crime bill that hurt the Black community. He also asked about the message sent by his campaign. Check this out. Near the end of the interview, Biden said, if you got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, you ain't Black. Charlemagne the God responded, yada, yada, yada. Biden interjected, and he said this, take a look at my record, man, citing his work to extend the Voter Rights Act. I have a record that is second to none. The NAACP endorsed me every time I've run. The NAACP endorsed me every time
he runs.
The NAACP by law is not allowed to endorse candidates because that is a violation of their tax exempt and try to do damage control. I want y'all to check out this little segment that they had, and this was them trying to clean it back up. Watch it out.
Nominee.
That dude goddamn mustache is goddamn big as hell. Hold on, check it out.
In part because of support from the Black community. But in a recent interview, PolitiFact found that the former vice president exaggerated that support. WRL's Travis Fain has more on that.
When Joe Biden appeared on the Breakfast Club show, he seemed a little frustrated when the host said they had more questions about his positions. Then he said this.
It don't have nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with the fact I want something for my community. I would love to see.
Take a look at my record, man. I extended the voting rights 25 years. I have a record that is second to none. The NAACP has endorsed me every time I've run.
Every time he ran.
Is Biden right about all his endorsements from the NAACP? The organization.
Stop. Notice that he caught himself. Notice he said the NAACP endorsed me every time. Watch. He realizes he's not supposed to be saying that. They're speaking out of turn. He should have never said that. Nobody caught this. Foundational Black American Certified Black Society, we caught it. And this is why the NAACP is about 5 minutes away from us making this petition and taking this to the federal government and getting their tax exempt status revoked. If you revoke their tax exemption, then the NAACP is dismantled. Check it out one more time.
Is Biden right about all his endorsements from the NAACP?
A record that is second to none. The NAACP has endorsed me every time I've run.
Is Biden right about all his endorsements from the NAACP? The organization publishes report cards and it grades congressmen on how well they support the group's agenda. With the exception of a 60% mark in the 1990s, Biden has mostly earned A's. He even got perfect scores back in the early 2000s. But there is one big problem with what Biden said. The NAACP doesn't give endorsements. After Biden said he got the group's endorsement, the group issued a statement reminding the public of their policy. They are a tax-exempt organization, and legally they cannot endorse candidates.
Stop. One more time. Listen to him say it. This is what he said. This ain't our words.
Endorsement, the group issued a statement reminding the public of their policy. They are a tax-exempt organization, and legally they cannot endorse candidates.
That right there. That right there. Let me ask you all this question. Have y'all ever seen the NAACP endorse? I have. Have y'all seen the NAACP engage in political activity?
Yeah.
I have. Have y'all ever seen the NAACP donate to certain candidates? I just put it on the screen. OpenSecret.com. Check it out. We have. So you mean to tell me a tax-exempt organization who is not allowed by the law, by the federal law, to donate, to participate any form of political activity, we got them doing all three forms of it. Oh, they over. They over. Everybody wants to know how you dismantle the NAACP. That right there. You take a petition that revokes them from tax exempt status, and then you sue them based on the grounds of discrimination in Columbia, South Carolina for kicking out Foundational Black American Freedmen at an MLK Day event. Then you got the dismantling of the NAACP, and we did it without even breaking the sweat. Certified salute, y'all. That's how we get down. They don't want no problems with us. They don't want none. You don't want none in NAACP. Trust me when I tell you. You don't want. I don't give a damn what branch. You don't want no problems with us. We're not playing about our lineage. It's not a game. It's not a game. Y'all not playing. We not playing. It's real. You're not going to sit here and sell us out, and then we sit here and have this footage played 100 years from now, and there's some young foundational Black Americans saying, well, why didn't they stop this in 2024? The same way we hear Malcolm warning us and nobody did nothing. We done played both the clips. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, when Certified Foundational Black Americans said, we going to do something. I'm not waiting for somebody else to do it. We're going to do it. We are not reactive. We are proactive. All right. And we are going to come and make sure that this gets done. We got all the mind. We got all the intelligence. What I say, who better than us? What better time than now? You put that together, y'all, we can get it done easily. Easily. This ain't about tweeting it out. Tweeting ain't going to get nothing done. It ain't about Instagram. That ain't going to get nothing done. This movement, as I say, we going platinum, y'all. We going straight to the top. This will not be an underground movement where the next election comes by and we say, yeah, we made a lot of good points, but all the points we made didn't go nowhere because we were just underground. I can take you right now down the street and go get you 100 rappers, and they are the most wonderful rappers you ever heard in your life. They can put together every single syllable that you can find, but don't nobody know them because the only people who listen to them are locally in their town. And then I can go get you somebody else that every time they drop, they sell out arenas. Well, it's time for us to start selling out some arenas. We're taking this movement from here and we're taking it up there. And I'm talking about politically, I'm talking about socially, I'm talking about economically. Every single category of the Black grassroots, it is time and it is both upon all of us to go to the next level. Let's increase it a notch. They say there's levels to this. Well, we're at the very top and everybody else is underneath and below. And we're going to have to let them all know because this is our era, our time, our generation. We're not done yet, though, family. If that's only one receipt on them, oh, I got a whole nother receipt. It not only disproves this whole notion about, well, we can't really do nothing yet because the NAACP did not say this. No. Do y'all know right now, Kamala Harris is running around here saying she's coming to get the check? I'm not lying. Family, I'm not lying. Salute to our brother Marcel. Marcel told me, he said he heard word in the street, is that at the King Day parade or event, that Kamala Harris was going to speak about reparations. And Marcel was saying, we need to watch out for it because she's going to say it. We had a space and I was telling everybody, the new anti-reparation person is the person who claims to be for reparations. See, they couldn't stop our reparations claim from the outside. Now they're trying to stop it from the inside. So Kamala Harris came out at the speech. And by the way, y'all, nobody's talking about Kamala Harris's speech at King Day is because when we left, all the energy left. She couldn't fill up a pizzeria, y'all. Nope. Nobody was there. Nobody. That speech was the most tired out speech. Nobody was paying attention to it. Why? It's because Foundational Black Americans, we disrupted that event. And we're the only ones bringing life to that event. So when we rolled out, it was over. It was over. But do y'all know that after we left, Kamala Harris starts quoting Dr. Martin Luther King. And then when she starts quoting Dr. Martin Luther King, she starts talking about coming to get a check. I'm not lying. This is a Black Alpha Network exclusive. We got 750 people in here, man. Smash that like button, you guys. Make sure you subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, to Frontline Black News. Make sure you like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
We're going platinum. We're going platinum. F that. We're going diamond. 10 times over, y'all. Smash that, leave. Make sure you smash that like button before you leave. We're blowing up, family. We're taking it to another level, but we're doing it all as one big certified family. And y'all know I love y'all with a passion, much love and respect, man. Ain't nothing better than my foundational Black American sisters, and ain't nothing better than my foundational Black American brothers. You put us all together, we are undefeated, unstoppable, and stronger than ever, y'all. Now, Kamala Harris shows up, and she starts talking about Dr. Martin Luther King said the check of justice, and how we're coming to get this check of justice, and how the banking system ain't giving us our money, so we're going to go and get the check. Kamala never talked about this. Never. The Democrats never talked about this. The Republicans, nobody. Now all of a sudden, people want to start saying Martin Luther King and coming to get a check. That is all from the Black grassroots. We have reclaimed him. And when I say that we are so strong, when I say, like I just said, that we are stronger than ever, family, we are stronger than ever. Now Kamala Harris is coming around trying to quote MLK, and they're trying to hijack their "we're coming to get our check" stance because they could not no longer use the main "we are having a dream, we all are together." That ain't working no more. See, much love. We came and we took the "I'm having a dream" speech, which much respect to Dr. Martin Luther King. But we was talking about the MLK before they took him out. The one that said, I integrated my people into a burning building. The one that said, we coming to Washington to get our check. That's the MLK that we reclaim. That don't work on us when they try to hit us with to have a dream. You have a dream, and then you have coming to get our check. And now we're saying his dream was for us to get our reparations check. They know that's about reparations. They know that's about money. They know that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., when he said we're coming to get our check, he was talking about reparations for foundational Black American freedmen. We know that. They know that. The whole world knows that. So now they're coming and trying to hijack that. They're trying to remix it. Now Kamala Harris is talking about coming to get a check for people of all color. She's talking about coming to get a check for all minorities. She's talking about coming to get a check for everybody in America and the wheels of justice. And family, I got the receipts. Check this out right here, y'all. This was after foundational Black Americans exited the building. Kamala Harris gets on stage and she gives a whole remix of Dr. Martin Luther King. They trying to stop what we got going. reparations is so strong. Reparations is building. Reparations is knocking on their doorstep. Yep. And if they do not want to answer the door, then we gonna kick it in. Check this out, you guys. This is her. We got to be careful now. Now they coming out here and they want to remix it, but we ain't gonna allow
it. 60 decades ago, from the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, Dr. King spoke to our nation, to the thousands of Americans who had marched that day on Washington. And he spoke.
Man, this ragged ass broad was not alive with the March on Washington.
She was alive. She was a little girl.
No, sir. She was born in 1965. The March on Washington was 1963.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Dr. King's voice rang out when he, quote, said, "We refuse to believe that the bank of justice is bankrupt. So we've come to cash this check," he said. A check.
No, listen, family. Listen. She's literally trying to take a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King's speech, flip it and spin it into a check of justice for the world, into a check of justice for all lives matter, into a check of justice for everybody other than us. We know for a fact when Dr. Martin Luther King in every single speech was talking about a check in a bank, he was talking about us getting our reparations.
Right.
It was not a metaphor or simile for everybody on the planet Earth, because he openly stated in that speech and in other speeches that the money the American government has came off the backs of us. And she wouldn't even be saying that right now if it wasn't for us talking about, I'm coming to get my check. All of a sudden now, she's saying this. If this was 4 years ago, 8 years ago, 12 years ago, 16 years ago, 20 years ago, they've been talking about coming to get a dream. Now they're talking about coming to get a check. As soon as we start saying it. Yeah. Replay.
So we've come to cash this check, he said.
About to fall asleep, man.
A check that will give us upon demand the riches of freedom and the security of justice. And of course, less than a year later, because of the movement that Dr. King and so many other great American leaders helped to build and sustain, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was signed, and in the decades since, inspired by the power and the purpose of that movement, together we have won many victories to make our nation more free, more equal, and more just. From the passage of the Voting Rights Act to, yes, Senator, to the appointment of the first Black woman to serve on the highest court in our land.
That lady's so full of shit. It's pathetic.
That part. We working, y'all. They not getting none of that past us. She's literally trying to take the verbiage of the message.
Like 4 hours. Yo, fucking Black Alpha does like 15-hour fucking show.
What happened? Okay, froze up.
Yeah, I'll pause it there because we got to move on to the next topic.
We at least got to figure out what the fuck to say. Like, there's no such thing as a check of justice.
She's remixing what Dr. King said.
Yeah, so you were there watching.
No, she is twisting what Dr. King said.
What are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm reading the title, the topics for the show. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on what Black Alpha just said about the NAACP being done?
He is absolutely correct, number one. Also, too, the NAACP has been used as pawns against us to hinder our progress. Is because the NAACP, to the best of my knowledge, and for those of you out there, please correct me if I'm wrong. The NAACP was always talking about this all-inclusion shit, and basically what their premise is for us to get ahead as a people is to be all-inclusive, and in actuality, this all-inclusive shit countermands our progress for us, our own selves on a collective basis. And the best thing that could happen to the NAACP is what that brother said right there, to lose their nonprofit status. They full of shit. They full of shit. They need to lose their nonprofit status.
Yes, immediately.
Yeah. And then what they need to do is, to quote you, Brother Chair Paris, is on the same day that they lift the motherfuckers' nonprofit status, start cutting the goddamn checks. Period.
They got to get sued anyway, too, so they're going to have to cut a check regardless.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And then fuck all putting all that money, our tax dollars, into Ukraine, because black people pay taxes too. So all that money of black folks' money that they putting over there to Ukraine.
Assistance.org. You can find out exactly how much money the U.S. is sending of your taxpaying dollars overseas.
Right. And then, and all these black ass scratching politicians, we need to turn our backs on them.
Yep.
You know, and keep in mind, I'd much rather see them sell out no good ass scratching coons, man, standing out there on the side of the 110 freeway begging for change, man. You know, and the part that really pissed me off is, you already know, Brother Che, that member that they had saying, "Oh, we so thankful for slavery, because if we weren't for slavery, we'll still be over there in Africa worshiping the tree." Okay.
The lieutenant governor of Virginia that said that dumb shit.
Oh, okay. Okay. You see, you know, and that dig just goes to show why we got the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead, is because that motherfucker who said that shit is mentally brain dead to come up and say some asinine shit like that. A tree is to be worshipped. It gives off oxygen.
I would assume the lights out. Okay, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on times up for the NAACP?
Yeah, I agree. I think that it should be.
Okay, Michael, appreciate you tapping in.
Thank you, Michael. It should
Have a
be
good
done
night,
with
and
we should
hope
be
you feel
checking
better.
everything. We should check everything.
Yeah, thanks for tapping in, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. I think we should check everything. I don't think we should hold back. I think it should be all unapologetic. I mean, look, they're not beyond reproach, man. You know, so they got to get it too, because they've been doing a lot of fuck shit. They really stand up for us. They're not really consistent with it, and it's only when it counts and there's photo ops, but they don't stick with the whole thing. They're just there.
Right.
Never see them follow something all the way through.
Yeah.
They follow it. They're just there for like the first beginning, but the photo ops is captivating, and then they show up like at the end and they like act like they did something. They really haven't done nothing, and we're giving them a lot of credit and a lot of fucking. We think that they're just part of it's part of like Black Church Network. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Black Church Network. It's like the fucking the shit that we avidly are always talking shit about. Black Church, cooning, and motherfucking for everybody.
You talking about Yasa Bosses Incorporated?
Yeah, exactly. So I think that you gotta if we ain't never gonna free ourselves in any kind of way, at least let's try to condition ourselves to stay away and call that shit out now, because then we can try to condition them to be better, do better.
Oh yeah, exactly.
That's all.
And what it is, Lady Che, is that we stating out here on these airwaves is that we, as a collective of black people in the United States and the diaspora, need to turn our backs on these neo-colonialists, the NAACP, the Kamala Harrises, the Hakeem Jeffries. You see what I'm saying? The Cory Bookers. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
All them motherfuckers right there, we need to turn our back on. And we got to let it be known through media, and plus that through these platforms is that this crew does not represent us is because all they keep doing is just drawing paychecks and shit. And like the brother said right there, they ain't even supposed to be collecting no damn donations.
Nope.
So and then when you had Sambo Rambo as your president, Obama, you know what I'm saying? He deviated, not divided, I'm sorry, but deviated from every major black issue. And notice that the police killings had started during his watch. See what I'm saying? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then notice, and as we already know, he goes over there to Africa talking about a rainbow flag, and they told him to get the fuck up out of Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
Straight out. Ethiopia told the motherfucker that don't even bother landing here.
Hayden Biden just tried to pull that shit in Burundi, and they told him to go fuck himself.
Yeah, exactly. You see, how in the hell are you going to go to a culture and to a continent that places emphasis on procreation of life that only happens between a union of man and woman? And then when they tell you that they don't want to hear the shit, you all want to come up there with extortion like they try to do President Museveni. Well, we'll cut off your aid if you don't endorse LGBT. And President Museveni said, man, fuck your aid, man. Better yet, shake the spot, man.
Right.
And you motherfuckers are still here, man. Get the fuck up out of here.
Right.
You know, get the fuck up out of here. Your damn dollar, your American dollar, man, you could take it and wipe your ass with it.
Yep, that's what he told him.
Yeah. Yeah, so I have to respect that black man for standing up there, man, against that type of mind fuckery and invasion right there. Intellectual invasion, moral invasion. And let's face it, the United States is a morally bankrupt country. Look at the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make this perfectly clear. This dude is up here hit with sex cases, man. The dude is hit with sexual assault cases. The man is a fucking rapist. They up there questioning if this motherfucker is mentally capable of doing a goddamn job.
Yeah. Even the old Sambo was questioning if he's at
Yeah, right. And then Obama, you know, he sold us a bill of goods, change that we can believe in. Yeah, he said that there.
And change.
Yeah, he said that there, right there at Pony Stadium. I remember.
No, it's not Pony Stadium, goddammit. It was not. It was not at Mile High Stadium, Spucky.
Oh, wait a minute. It was at the Pepsi Center. Okay, I stand corrected. Okay. All righty. So anyway, yeah. So he was up there, man, at the Bowl of Buckets, you know, standing up there, man.
The Avalanche played there, and the lacrosse, the Mammoth played there.
Okay. All righty. So anyway, he stood there, man, in Denver, Colorado, coming up there and change that we could believe in. Yeah, motherfucker. The police murdering us. Corinne Gaines being murdered in her own home. Okay. Michael Brown. You know what I'm saying? And one thing I do respect about them brothers and sisters in Ferguson when that went down with Michael Brown is when Messy Jesse and all crooked ass Al Sharpton come up there. Well, we're gonna take over it now. No, the community said, no, man, you're gonna drive this raggedy motherfucking car with you in it the fuck up out of here before we strip this motherfucker and beat your ass. You see what I'm saying? And that there was an appropriate approach. Actually, when you look at motherfuckers like Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton in these contemporary times, when it comes to the black community, black family, they are doing nothing more than committing treason against us.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing, Shabaka.
Yeah, no, I'm calling it like I said. Yeah, yes, sir. Moving right along. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so our next topic is
Okay, you faded out. Our next topic is what now?
The CBC.
The CBC, oh yeah. The Congressional Black Caucus. Oh boy, you misguided motherfuckers. Okay, I don't know who's worse, them or the NAACP. No, I'm going to say the Congressional Black Caucus is worse. The reason being why the Congressional Black Caucus is worse is because what them motherfuckers will do up there in Washington, D.C., in that House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate is that all the black politicians will sit up there and there will be sycophants, see, for these demon rats. There'll be sycophants for these reptilians. I mean, man, look at Cory Booker.
Oh my
Look
God.
at how, yeah, look at Hakeem Jeffries. Okay, Maxine Waters, she needs to retire. The woman is damn near 90 years old.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and then look at the one who's against the trees, the tree lady. You know what I'm saying? Exhibiting, that ignorance. Oh, I'm so glad the slave master came and took us from Africa. I'd be worshiping the tree. You stupid bitch. A tree is to be worshipped.
Yeah. She's a Republican, I believe. But getting
Oh.
back to this, so the CBC has exposed their true intentions.
Mm-hmm.
Came out when Representative Barbara Lee,
Right.
your state, out of your
Yeah,
home,
she's from Berkeley. She's the congressman. Oh, I'm sorry, the Congress representative from Berkeley. She took over Ron Dellum's seat, and also too, definitely a shout out to the spirit of Ron Dellum's, is because he did do a lot of work. He was definitely in the trenches and during the Black empowerment era, man, of the late 1960s and what have you. When that certain organization that started right there on San Pablo
yeah,
and Telegraph, okay, and Grove Street, and yes, sir, and what we call yeah, are you down with OPP? Yeah, you know me, okay, yeah, exactly, and I've done videos up on my wall. Over the years, ladies and gentlemen, on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, where we did file footage from the actual streets of where Dr. Newton and the crew was out there doing the patrols, ensuring our safety.
yeah, that's right, Shabaka. So I'm gonna let Demetria K give us the update.
Yes, sir.
So the CBC exposed by Barbara Lee
Okay.
while she was talking about racism in America.
Mm-hmm.
Barbara Lee from California. Now, she was on CNN and she was talking about that Republican candidate for president, Nikki Haley, and her confusion about racism. Y'all remember when she was asked about the Civil War? She said, oh, it was about business and, really kind of denying that America has been racist and all of that. Well, this is what Representative Barbara Lee said. Check it out.
These are not little kinks, first of all. Racism, institutional racism, is in the DNA of this country. When you
Right.
look at what has taken place, look at our Native Americans, the genocide of Native Americans. When you look at what is taking place as it relates to African Americans, the 250 years plus of enslaving African Americans, and then you look at the disparities now in our community in terms of healthcare, unemployment, the wealth gap, housing. You can't tell me that systemic racism does not exist. It's not just a little kink. Secondly, you have personal racism, which is hard to address, but I'll give you one little story that shows you why we need to understand it. I don't think she really understands racism. I was walking from the House building on Capitol Hill to the Capitol, and a man, a white guy, stopped me and told me I could not get into the members elevator. And we have pens, and I was going to vote. And he blocked me from getting into the elevator and told me I was not a member of Congress and it was for members only. I said, sir, I'm a member of Congress. And I showed him my pen, and he said, whose pen did you steal? Now, this is an example of what personal racism is and how people of color constantly have to deal with this each and every day. But systemic racism is in the policies of this country. And just look at what they're trying to do in terms of eliminating diversity, equity, and inclusion. They're trying to not allow for an equal and level playing field. And so it's a very dangerous position that she has. She's clueless.
So, as you heard her mention, she says, they're trying to get rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion. She also likened everybody, to people of color. We know that as Black people in America, we are Black Americans. We are not lumped in with people of color. She also talked about the Native Americans and the genocide that they went through, of course, with the Pilgrims and all of that. She also, again, talked about institutional racism. But then if you notice, too, Angela Rye, who is some sort of a political pundit and has been on CNN and a whole host of other things. She's now one of the members of the Native Land Podcast. Of course, it's political season, so they're going to get on there and tell y'all about how you need to continue to vote for more nothing and all of that. She says, basically, Barbara Lee from the CBC, Congressional Black Caucus, she's breaking it on down what, racism is, the basics, right? And so it's like, is she really? Now, of course, she talked about personal racism there, right? When she was going to enter into the Capitol, some white man stopped her and, said, this is for congressional members. And she says, I am a congressional member, showed her badge and everything like that. Now I should say there's some on the right, conservatives are calling her Jussie Smollett. They're saying basically she lying. They don't believe the story. I don't know if it's true or not. I'll take her at her word. But nevertheless, as I got to thinking about the things that she says, now remember, she's of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congressional Black Caucus, which means that they're supposed to advocate for Black people, right? Well, in case you didn't know, I'm going to read to you their mission statement there from the Congressional Black Caucus. Since its establishment in 1971, the Congressional Black Caucus has been committed to using the full constitutional power, statutory authority, and financial resources of the federal government to ensure that African Americans and other marginalized communities in the United States have the opportunity to achieve the American dream. Y'all notice how I said "and" because they said African Americans and other marginalized communities. Now, I, a while ago, went on all the other caucuses website, looked at their mission statement, and I didn't see no "and" other marginalized communities. I saw just for their people. But here you are with the Congressional Black Caucus, which would explain why she, being Barbara Lee, was talking about Native Americans and people of color and all that, because in their own mission statement, they said, well, we're going to help Black people, maybe, because we ain't really seen too much help, right? And other marginalized people, which they have fully been on board with helping other marginalized communities. And so Angela Wright talking about she breaking it on down. No, she's not. She's actually exposing herself. She's actually exposing herself and the other members of Congress, but the Congressional Black Caucus, I should say, and that they really care little for Black people, but they're there to help everybody else. How do you talk about everybody else and you're supposed to be for Black people? But we know that's how it is in this country. We're going to talk about everybody else, which is why Dr. Claude Anderson said to us as Black people, stop calling yourself minorities, because minorities include everybody else. Stop calling yourself people of color, because people of color includes everybody else. And recently I noticed that the Biden administration, via somebody who was defending Obama, they said people of color and Hispanics. Before it was people of color, after we said, no, we ain't people of color, right? They were saying people of color and Black people. Now they're saying people of color and Hispanics. So it's like, what's going on with that? But nevertheless, Barbara Lee is talking about racism, but she ain't really talking about Black people. She's talking about her personal racism that's happened to her. But again, what have they done to actually legislate for Black people? Now, of course, on their website, they talk about, we're going to, get federal dollars for education and, a whole bunch of other stuff. But again, that's for African Americans and other marginalized communities. Now, there's a lot of people in other marginalized communities, right? Asians are marginalized. Women are marginalized. White women are marginalized because we know that they were the biggest beneficiary of affirmative action, right? And, the LGBTQ, they're a marginalized community. So you can think of a whole lot of marginalized communities that does not include Black people. But you can also see the proof is in the pudding that the other marginalized communities are actually getting the help. But there she is, and Angela Rye, which she chaps my hide. She really does. But she's there talking about bring it on down, Barbara. Bring it on down. Well, she hasn't broken anything down. Again, as I said, she's exposed herself. So if you guys need any more proof that the Congressional Black Caucus or anybody there in Congress that says that they're for Black people, whether they care about Black people or not, there's your proof right there. They don't.
Yeah.
They don't care about Black people because she told you right out of her mouth. I'm talking about everybody else. Yeah, I mentioned Black people, but who has she and her homies actually helped? That's where you do your measuring. So anyway, before I leave,
Okay.
if you could please go to africandiasporanews.org and invest in an app that we have built just for you. So that way we can be our beautiful Black selves on our own app. So that way we don't have to worry about being censored. You know what I mean? Like we are on other people's apps. And in the meantime, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetra K Show, here on YouTube.
Sorry, Shabaka. Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure y'all like us Frontline Black News. What are your thoughts on Barbara Lee?
Okay, Barbara Lee, you know what I'm saying, man, is that once again she's coming with this inclusion shit, you know what I'm saying, although too, but she's more specific of going for the reparations than the vice president is. You see what I mean? And then, of course, as we all do know, ladies and gentlemen, Barbara Lee, she represents North Oakland and the Berkeley area, and she succeeded Congressman Ron Dellums. Okay, and Congressman Dellums has since passed away, and Congressman Dellums was the mayor of Oakland at one time as well too. But the thing is though, Black family, I mean the handwriting is on the wall. All these other groups, man, is getting this shit here. We paying our tax dollars for it as well too. And keep in mind, Black people been paying taxes as well also, and they tell us that we can't get no reparations. It's because no slave was is alive today that was there that happened so long ago. Bullshit. Your goddamn gross national product of the United States benefited greatly off of the slave trade. And then keep in mind is that gross national product had kept getting parlayed and parlayed and reparlayed, you know, for generations after that. You see what I'm saying? For a century and a half after that, since it's been over. Oh yeah. So yeah, reparations is very, very feasible.
Yeah.
It's very feasible for them to give us the reparations.
Yep. All right. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I agree with Shabaka.
Okay. Well,
I agree with Shabaka. That's a lot. It's like more bad news.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Our Truth got an even more in-depth analysis of this goddamn CDC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, man, you know, they're a joke, man. Yeah, they're a joke. You know, the cartoon Black Caucus.
Everyone but us.
Exactly. You know, they needed to make a cartoon series out of it.
And fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice licking boots. Barbara Lee said that there needs to be a ceasefire in Gaza. Her Democratic colleagues apparently don't like that. Now, this is going on with the backdrop of the California Senate race. Adam Schiff is the leader in the polls, with Katie Porter a close second. Some Republican who used to be a baseball player is in third place, and Barbara Lee is dead last among the field. Now, she doesn't have any real chance to win Dianne Feinstein's old seat, but what gets me is that yet again, when these bought and paid for bootlicks are on a stage somewhere, they make it a point to advocate for everybody except us. They don't mention Black people or anything for us.
Exactly.
It infuriates me because our condition is better than any of these other people who they're advocating for. In fact, it's actually far worse.
Right.
And yet they remain fearless in demanding a ceasefire for people on the other side of the globe who they don't know, never met, and who aren't even able to vote for them. But as for Black people, they say nothing, or they lie and claim that they've done all kinds of things for us when they did nothing. That's important because the roly-poly Martins, the Mark Lamont Shills, and others will say, well, it's a matter of these other groups get things because they got money or because of their voting block. No. They get things because there is an unwritten but fiercely enforced rule in the United States. You don't do anything for Black people no matter what. Black people are the only ones who can put you in office. So what? Don't do anything for them. The Democrats said that. They even wrote it down. And what Barbara Lee is doing is no different than what Karen Bass did in L.A., totally putting aside any pretense that she represents and going all in for every non-Black constituency you can name. You never see other politicians doing that. They go hard in the paint for whatever community they come from. And they also make it a point to ignore us, no matter how numerous our votes may be. All these other groups get more and better representation from so-called black politicians than we do. They're clearly very eager to get non-black votes because the white donors they want the money from and the Democratic bosses in DC who they want power and positions from demand it. As they see it, black voters are their biggest problem because we are telling them we want things that require them to say things putting pressure on white power, and they've determined not to do that. Reminds me of that Israeli woman in that documentary, The Lobby USA. She said the young black people were the biggest problem that Israel faced. She didn't say it was Hamas or Hezbollah, but young black people. And the congressional black talkers and the rest of these clout-chasing sellouts, they think the same thing. These scumbags actually wonder why black voters are turning their backs on them. I told you months ago that AIPAC was going to chastise members of the Congressional Black Caucus and how the Democratic leadership was allowing it. They are targeting black politicians to run them out of office because apparently they're not sufficiently obedient. After all, you can't have team mascots biting the hand that feeds them. In that The Lobby USA documentary, that Israeli woman, she was part of the Atlanta consul for the Israeli government, and here she was on video saying she had had private dinners with people she called black leaders.
I had last week a dinner, sit-down dinner at my house for 40 people, which are considered the leadership of the black community. And it's very important people. They can be part of our doing an activity.
Now, she doesn't name who they are, but do we really need to guess? How many of them are the same Negroes who AIPAC is angry at right now? There's white politicians and Hispanic ones and even a couple of Arab politicians who are making murmurs against the war in Gaza. But the Israelis are aiming their guns at the black politicians. They're not deciding we're going to wholesale run out all of these Hispanic politicians or all the white ones or all the Arab ones. They're like us, the black ones who we want to purge. Same way that when you had that gay marriage state referendum get passed in California years back, people like Rachel Maddow were blaming black voters for it having passed. They didn't do anything to stop the ethnic cleansing, gentrification of black voters from the state. And it happened in Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco and also in the Democrat stronghold of LA, where black people were being run out and continue to be run out to this present day. They oversee the wholesale purging of black residents from California and then got the nerve to turn around and blame black voters for not stopping a gay marriage law. They never blame white voters for these things. It's always the black ones who they single out. And it's always in the framework of, well, these black people, they should know better. They're supposed to, why black people have been mistreated, so they should put on the cape for everybody. Meanwhile, if they were talking about non-black voters, the entire conversation would be, well, what do the Democrats need to do to appeal to these voting blocs over here to get them to vote the right way? On the other hand, with the black community, you niggers just need to vote the way we tell you to. You're supposed to know better than that. You're not supposed to disobey us. They don't offer anything. There's no incentives, no carrots, only sticks. And now you got the current Congresswoman and aspiring Senate hopeful Barbara Lee, who has fallen into criticism from her own party. Now, in California, they're having double knockouts brawling over who's going to get Dianne Feinstein's seat. Isn't it interesting how these people spend untold millions of dollars just so they can get a government job that only pays about $174,000 a year? But I digress. And I consider it to be poetically ironic that these people are squabbling over Dianne Feinstein's seat. Feinstein did absolutely nothing for black people, not in California or nationwide. And these current contenders are vowing to do less than nothing. Unless you think that Barbara Lee's failure to actually advocate for black people during that Senate debate was some sort of coincidence, Barbara Lee made some quickie headlines recently when she showed up at a House subcommittee hearing about U.S.-Cuba relations. Now, she's not a member of that subcommittee, but she just showed up out of the blue, and the Hispanic woman who chairs that committee kicked her out. Again, we see these black politicians putting on the cape for non-blacks and going to the mat for them, but doing nothing for us, not even speaking up for us. These people staged a so-called sit-in on the floor of the House of Representatives after a gay nightclub shooting. They scream and yell at House hearings over the treatment of illegal minors on the border. In Tennessee, they disrupted a hearing of the state legislature because they were demanding gun control. You had Jamal Bowman, who decided to pull the fire alarm in the House during session, and now Barbara Lee's making a moderate fool of herself over Cuba. And before anyone asks, yes, I'm well aware that the entire brouhaha about Cuba is because you have certain white Latinos who used to be the upper class of Cuba 60 years ago, and then Castro came along, overthrew the U.S.-backed Batista regime, and those privileged white Latinos lost their status. and they were forced to flee because they weren't about to work for a living. Now, we can't exactly heap praise on Castro either, not only because Afro-Cubans didn't see any significant change in their lives after he took power, at least not as a group, but also because Afro-Cubans come to the U.S. and they identify as white, or most of the time, they just don't have anything to do with us at all. So it makes absolutely no sense for a Black American politician with a Black constituency to decide that she's going to get in front of the cameras and do some attention-whoring stunt because she wants to stick up for Cuba. We don't have a dog in this fight, and neither does Barbara Lee, but this is the Obama strategy here. It's where a Democrat makes it a point to get into meaningless squabbles with Republicans during House committee hearings or some subcommittee hearing or other in front of the cameras, always in order to enhance their own public image so that they can get to higher office. Kamala Harris did the same thing after she got elected to the Senate, where she was constantly bickering and arguing with officials from the Trump administration. And it was obvious to everyone, or at least to me, that she was trying to position herself for a presidential run, which was exactly what she was doing. This is the cheap and easy way to try to get yourself some quickie headlines. By the way, did I mention Barbara Lee is running for the Senate? Now, in case you didn't know, Barbara Lee is supposed to be representing Oakland, the same Oakland that Kamala Harris was DA of back in the day. But like Kamala, the only thing Lee is representing is herself. But the point of this morning's briefing is that regardless of how Lee has worked tirelessly to distance herself from even appearing to advocate for Black people, including her own constituents, she has nonetheless run afoul of white power for the kind of empty rhetoric that non-Black politicians get to do all the time. Now, let's get one thing clear. These Negroes in D.C. are firmly in the hip pockets of these lobbyists and their donors. The problem is that in places like, say, California, these Black social climbers have probably seen a lot of young people saying that they disagree with the war in Gaza and wishing something was done about it. But the problem here is Black voters scream a hell of a lot louder when it comes to our tangibles and our safety, and you don't see any of these Negroes like Barbara Lee disrupting any House committee hearings about that at all. So if you have a couple of people making murmurs about Gaza, which I guess she figured was an issue noisy enough to get her some quickie headlines, oh, she'll jump out a window over that. She'll do anything that it takes to get attention for it. But Black people demanding just the bare minimum, she ain't going nowhere for that, not even putting out a press release. The reason that she's sitting here talking about Gaza is because she's trying to appeal to a non-Black audience. She's hoping that there's a whole bunch of white hipsters, white voters, middle-class white women and such who hopefully she can get the attention and support of. One thing's for sure, she's not getting to the Senate solely with Black votes, but as far as she's concerned, she would prefer not to have to depend on Black votes at all, because Black votes have too many demands that would get in way of the donations and the campaign and committee positions that she's hoping that these white power brokers will give her. AIPAC is reported to be devoting $100 million to going after politicians who aren't sufficiently obedient to the Israeli government, and they put the crosshairs squarely on Black politicians. Now, for AIPAC to let this plan slip into the white media, that makes what they're doing into a high-risk gamble, because if it doesn't pan out, well, they get shown as a paper tiger. Of course, that doesn't mean that the same Black bootlicks will suddenly begin standing up for Black people, though it does mean that in the future, the Israelis might have to give more campaign contributions to them. But notice that these Black politicians are constantly willing to risk it all for non-Black groups' issues and interests. They stick up for illegal aliens, doing PR stunts, yelling at House committee hearings, and they're jumping out a window to protect Palestinians, again, people who aren't even citizens and cannot even vote for them. Look, you can feel any way you want about what's going on in Gaza, but you don't have to go to Palestine to find people who are being killed with impunity by a racist apartheid regime. You got plenty of Black people who are being oppressed and murdered with impunity right now. The Congressional Black Caucus is a crappy social club. That's why they can't even come together as a group to protect one another. Why do we refuse to become bootlicks? It's because this is what we would have to do. When you make that devil's bargain to crawl on your belly for a few pennies from white power, this is what you have to sign up for. You have to willingly take their abuse. You have to be their willing crash dummy when Biden needs someone to lie for him and falsely claim that his 94 crime bill had nothing to do with the orgy of mass incarceration that followed. And when white power thinks you're not being sufficiently obedient, you have to be their willing punching bag too. With AIPAC targeting almost entirely Black politicians, shouldn't the congressional Black talkers be saying that it's time to cut Israel's foreign aid? Isn't it time to go ahead and return fire? It's time for something across the bow, something big and noisy to let them know. You come after our jobs, we will come after your little empire out there. But they're not doing that at all. Why? Because getting donations from the Israeli government is only part of how they keep people in line. What they also do is make sure there's going to be corporate patronage jobs. Do you think those free vacations over to the beach in Tel Aviv are only for members of Congress? No, they make sure that their family members get included too. Not necessarily with those congressional jaunts, but they still make sure that it happens. The Israelis have plenty of political liabilities and vulnerabilities that could be exploited. What they don't have is anyone who's willing to exploit those vulnerabilities. Not even the people they're targeting, people who have nothing to lose by taking them on. The bootlick has no decency, no self-respect, and no dignity. That's the reason why they have no problem being the willing targets of all of this humiliation, public humiliation, time and time again. When you're a bootlick, that's what you have to sign up for. You got to get used to eating a crap sandwich and learning to like the taste. Now, as Black people, we have absolutely no business being a power base for sellouts and suck-ups. What we require are candidates from our own ranks, people who we chose because they've already determined in advance that they're dedicated to what's in our interest. This will require us to fund them, work for them, and to keep an eye on them afterwards to make sure they don't break bad on us. We may not be able to shower riches and glory on them, but we can give them the one thing that all of the white money in the world can't give them: votes. You see, a bankroll can do a lot of things, but the one thing that all of the campaign donations in the world can't do is to actually walk into a voting booth and pull the lever and or push a button for a candidate. You need people to do that. And without votes, you're not getting into office. We are the swing vote. And when it comes to a swing vote, you use it one of two ways. You either find somebody who is actually going to be working in your interest so that you can vote for them, or if you don't find anything like that on the ballot, you withhold your vote. Because there's always someone who's calculating that just by dumb luck, you'll be silly enough to show up and vote because you feel it's your civic duty. Voting is a good thing. It has its place, but not if it's against your interest. Withholding our vote from political con men who we know won't do anything for us is only part of the equation. At some point, we will have to start to step into these arenas and impose our will on them. Now, when that happens, you can expect to see the same Barbara Lee and others who you've seen disrupting committee hearings eagerly, or people like Jamal Bowman pulling the fire alarm to interrupt a congressional session. You can see all these people who AIPAC has been taking aim at and vowing they're going to run them out of office. They'll be the same ones who will be attacking Black people who are actually in office to advocate for us. They'll be calling whoever we put into office divisive and repeating all of the white media's lines. And you know what? That's good, because they'll only do it right up until their white benefactors use their money to put them out, or until we organize our votes to drive them out. Good day, and be one.
All right, Shabbat, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I think Shabbat done passed out on. Oh, okay, what are your thoughts on what the good professor just said about the CBC?
Everything. Oh yeah, everything he said, man, is absolutely on point, man. You know what I mean? Is because they come up here with these programs to hold us back and hinder, you know, our progress. Is because all these other fucking groups, man, are cashing in off of us big time, from the clothing industry, from the grocery industry, from the dairy industry, you know, from high tech. You see what I'm saying? Which contributes to the gross domestic product of this country. But they ain't got money for reparations. And these bastards is up here, man, making hundreds of trillions of dollars per annum, you know, which is every year. But, well, reparations happened so long ago. Okay, it's like this. You don't want to give us reparations, then shut down the goddamn IRS. How about that?
Well, remember the dump was trying to do that.
Yeah, and it was something that could dump.
It was for us, but he was trying to get rid of the IRS and child support.
Yeah. You see, and then not to mention too, out of all fairness to the dump, as in human shit, and we still want to make that perfectly clear, he did give Jack Johnson a posthumous pardon. And he had made the statement, you would have thought that the previous administration would have done that. Now, where am I going with this? This is going to show that the slave master knows the mindset of the Negro even before the Negro knows it. And that is really a damn shame.
You know, they study us way more than we study them.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. They put us up under microscopes. And then, as we all know, is that the segregational practices of the Jim Crow South, a lot of those methods was copied by the Nazis, and I'm talking about Hitler's boys, that they used against the Jewish people when they put them in concentration camps. See, but we're not supposed to know that. You see what I'm saying? And once again, to quote our sister Mary McKeever, may she rest in power. See, we down our history orally. Is because when the white man comes there, he says, poof, you exist. And that is ridiculous.
Yep, I agree with you about that. Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
Well, he's got a good point, man. Principle of truth is a really good fucking point. Richard said, you know, that, yeah, he's got a good point. Like I can't really say anything. Like he pretty much covered it in this last sentence. You know about organizing our votes and keeping an eye on who we put in office and actually working for them and putting the work in. And as I was saying, that's what I was saying about Cornel West when I said, hey, man, I'm willing to help him get a little get on say big. Why? Because he's the only one talking about it. And I feel what everybody else is saying. We don't want to hear about everybody else. And then I see that, hey man, this is kind of like, just to ride on the vibe of motherfucking Cornel West little hippie-ish moments. I see where you're going with it. But I think that I think that there's room for improvement if it's willing to be improved.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. It's like some people might be on their own mission, but they're not willing to improve for the betterment of foundational Black Americans here. Yeah, it's tragedy that's going on over there. It's going on over there. Yeah, but where when we got shit going on over here, do they jump bad, try to come over here to help Americans?
Hell no.
They come over here to donate to take care of the starving motherfucking Americans here, or house any of the Americans that are going through hardships or anything like that are being terrorized in their own states, or suffering through major disasters or whatever. Do they say, hey man, our country's open up, why don't you come on over here while you get your shit over there together? You know what I mean? We'll go ahead and look out for you. The countries really say that to us, but they expect it from over here, and then not only expect it, demand it, and then forcefully incite their will on us, and then act like we're assholes for not doing it. So I just think that it's unfair to keep. It's unreasonable now to keep demanding of foundational Black Americans than everybody else. It's really unfair.
Right.
It's unfair to keep putting the blame on it on black folk period all the time, considering that you don't blame everybody else. It's good for the goose, good for the gander. Blame everybody equally. You go up to that, they can't be equal. There's no such thing as fair and equal, which is another fucking injustice, I think, personally. Yeah. So it goes along with the fucking Black Holocaust that we've been sitting in. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. Disaster so bad it's beyond description, and that's it. That there fit the guidelines of the Ma'afa that Dr. Ania talked about in her work, in her writings. And so with that point being said, right there, this all inclusionary shit is a fucking illusion. And we here at Frontline Black News, we're gonna get that message out right there. You see what I'm saying? Is because hey, this is resurrection of the mental dead right here. Because you got too many of these brain dead ass, Negro ass politicians. It's just like what Malcolm said. You tell one of the motherfuckers, hey man, let's get away from here. Let's run. Man, you crazy. It's better than what we got here. And this is what this Congressional Black Caucus is. It's a fucking joke. NAACP, just like... Say what now?
A lot of those members of the CBC are immigrants.
Yeah.
First or
You
second
see?
immigrants.
Yeah. You see? You know? And then the cold part about it is, you know, you got all these other groups coming here having these anchor babies. You see what I mean?
It's time.
Oh, good. All right, good time then. Yeah. Okay. Cool beans. I like it. I think that we need to just stay consistent, and it's really difficult considering everything that's going on. So as long as we keep getting messages like that, it'll keep us on our square.
Right.
So moving on to our next topic. Speaking of consistency,
Mm-hmm.
to the Black Chicagoans, the FBA Black Chicagoans,
Mm-hmm.
but all over Brandon Johnson's neck.
Oh yeah. As well as they should. Is because
now, hold on, Spucker. To the point now that he is having panic attacks.
well, great news. Then he can go in there and resign.
Right.
Yes, exactly. Good news. That's good shit. Anytime you make a motherfucker feel their heart, like, oh my god.
It's hot
Yeah,
chicken.
that's stress.
We're gonna try the Dave's cauliflower not chicken.
Don't say it like that.
Peace, family. My name is Vicky Adilla for African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're so pleased that you've joined us today. Would you be sure to give us a big thumbs up and share the broadcast? This helps us to spread our message. Thank you so very much. Family, I also want you to know that we have such exciting news here. We have our own app. Yes, you heard that right. African Diaspora News Channel, we have our own app. This will help us to expand and increase our voice. We'll have fewer interruptions and forms of restriction and so forth. So be sure to download it. Tell everybody you know about it. I think you're going to love it. Thank you so very much.
No, subscribe to Frontline Black News.
You all
Yeah,
know
we're going
that
to be
we have
checking
been
this out at app too.
giving coverage to the immigration issue that's happening throughout the states and the prioritization of both legal and illegal immigration through tangibles, financial, economic, housing benefits, vouchers, and so forth, jobs, all kinds of things that have been given to others in the country and not given to those of us who created and helped to build America. Now, this report just came out from Chicago City Wire that says reporters, Chicago mayor has been hospitalized for panic attacks. Family, listen to what it says here. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is, quote, stressed out and has been admitted to the hospital for panic attacks. This, according to veteran Chicago journalist John Coss and Anita Padilla, who discussed Johnson's panic attacks on an episode of WGN AM Chicago Way podcast. Listen to this quote from them. The mayor's panic attacks. Can we talk about that, Coss said? No amount of antidepressants can cure him of Chicago's illegal alien problem. Wow, family. Padilla said Johnson has sought out professional medical help for stress. Two sources told me that he's been in the hospital for these panic attacks. This is a quote. He is stressed out, Padilla said. This is a big, big job for him. He's not ready for that. He's not a leader. I'm sorry. This immigration issue is not helping him at all. Family, the article goes on, but that is the meat of it. Now, let me tell you something. The question becomes this. There is no way in the world that it would make sense for somebody to be stressed out because they are doing what the majority of their constituency, those who put them in power, those who voted for them, told them to do.
Right.
Right.
Oftentimes we become stressed, I'm talking about in general, when we are pit between two choices and we feel like that our back is up against the wall. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say there's a hidden hand that many of us know that has been involved in this immigration issue.
Yep.
The fight that Brandon Johnson is having, as well as others, is the invisible hand of people that's controlling him, people that did not vote for him.
Yeah.
Talk back to me, somebody.
Right.
There are others. There are many. Some of y'all call them deep state. Some of you all call them by other names and globalists and all this other neocons and all kinds of other names that have to do with those that have disproportionate influence and power over the masses. Whatever name you want to call them. This is the only real reason that would make sense that somebody is that stressed out, in my opinion. Is because you're warring between those that's controlling you behind the scenes and the massive public resistance that he's gotten from the Black constituents in Chicago that's been holding him accountable and that has not been able to let him up at any turn. They have been successfully suing him, successfully obstructing opportunities for him to turn certain parks and buildings into housing and refuge for those that violated the law to get here. While you step over Black homeless veterans and Black homeless families in general. While you put them up in expensive hotels and other forms of housing, getting them off the street in the cold weather, we're seeing footage left and right of Black folks in 15-degree weather sitting on trains.
Yep.
So, Mr. Brandon Johnson, why are you stressed out? Are you stressed out? Because Vicky Dillard suggested when the report came out, when you admitted that some of the migrants are coming over with illnesses and sickness and infirmities, you said that you were trying to cover your tracks when this 5-year-old migrant child passed away. You slipped up and admitted that they're coming over here with sicknesses and stuff. Then I said, okay, should he in the city be sued? Because when did they know about it? Then shortly after that, we found out a report came out leaking emails and stuff about unsanitary conditions in some of these migrant places, and that some of you all knew or likely knew, allegedly, that certain things were going on that would likely be contributed to the proliferation of illnesses. Why are you stressed out, sir? Is it because those politicians that are within proximity to you that haven't sold out are coming out saying that if migrants are being welcomed, y'all, one of your state congressmen there said that the migrants, that your city is a welcoming city. And he said that the migrants ought to be welcome to the health department. I didn't say it, he said it. God, today. Are you feeling pressure from all of these different directions? So if you didn't have these invisible masters, see, this is what you politicians need to understand. See, when you are not tethered to these undue, unseeming forces, these pernicious forces, I should say, you didn't have that crazy fight to worry about as much. Now, you know, you would shake some stuff up. I'm not saying it would be easy, but I would imagine whatever the reason why you're stressed out, this migration issue certainly can't be of help. And I'm wondering, do you know you busted? God, today. We see what happened to the mayor out there in New York the moment he put his foot down and started calling out the Democrats for not providing resources for all of these illegal migrants that's coming into New York. All of a sudden, the authoritarian Democrat regime, DOJ department, started to investigate his people. He was on the plane, headed somewhere. He turned around and went back. He's notoriously been meeting with the administration, Eric Adams in New York, to put pressure on Joe Biden and them to help them out with these migrants and stuff. And the more that he becomes public about the issues that they're having there, the more it seems like it should be seems to be doing all kind of pernicious stuff to shut them down, to let them know you better get with the Democrat program of putting them first, and don't you complain about it. So none of us are sitting here. We know we wish you well, Mr. Brandon. We're not saying anything crazy about your health and stuff, but sir, your allegiance has to be to, first and foremost, your Black constituents and your Chicagoans in general that voted for you, of course, but especially those that are responsible for coming out there, those that you're supposed to speak for. That's who you ought to be concerned about. Just do what they tell you to do.
Yeah, we should be doing it around this time.
It should be that simple. If you get some pushback, oh well, you get pushed back. But the proof that something else is going on is the fact, sir, that you're having a difficult time doing what they ask you to do, and the fact that you're doing all of these political acrobats and aerobics lets us know that there's something else that's going on. There's another hidden hand at work. Tim, I can't wait to hear what you have to say about it, but I certainly wanted to report that because I believe that is very, very, very interesting, the timing of this news. Yeah. My name is Vicky Dillard, beloved. Be sure to check out my website at vickyplanet.com. Join my email list to find out all the wonderful things I have going on there.
Make sure y'all like to subscribe to Black News as well. Bacc, are you still there? Yeah, he gone. Bucket and passed out on us.
Nice, Bucket. Nice, Bucket.
Good night, Bucket. Bucket passed out on us. We're gonna give the Black Cat a farewell.
We gotta do ours too.
All right, Lady Chill, what are your thoughts on this?
Man, I want to see his hair fall out. Panic attack.
Yeah,
you panicking for because you know you fucking up. Because you know, anxiety is a motherfucker. You fucked up. And Black Chicago is not having it.
Right.
They're done. They're not having it. They've said that. They've been saying that, and they just leading the forefront to offer all these other cities to stand up and do the same. It's sad that Chicago is really leading it, and no other city is actually doing as much as Chicago's doing as far as standing up. You know, like especially here with us, it just seems like it's just being Jesse sometimes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It really, and then we get a city council. There's maybe another one or two Black folk that get on there and say how they really feel. You know, but it's very small. It's very small, and never all at the same time. So it kind of makes me a little sad. However, Chicago is leading the way for standing up, disrupting some shit. Letting them know they're not having it. The elders are really kicking into full gear.
Yep.
So you know, we gotta hand claps and gavel raps for that. You know what I mean? Like Vicky Dillich says. So, you know, shout out to the sister. She is here in our area, well, in our state. So that's our one of our Black leaders out here, or for the new Black media. So, you know, we're very, very proud to have her out here.
Yeah.
So we can tap in and at least watch what she's talking about in her war room, whatnot. I said I'd get you one for your birthday, for my birthday. However, what you gonna do for me? Yeah. So, Jenny, I'm gonna tell you I was gonna buy Jesse a present for my birthday, and it's conditional though. How does Jesse get a birthday present on my birthday? Let's ask that question.
Yeah, how does that work?
Especially when he neglects me. I don't know.
Look at the babies.
No, that's what I had with my cousin trying to set my house on fire yesterday. And they got set free. They got ran out. They were in a tree. They were just like that.
No.
Just like that. No, because they fight like we do.
So yeah, we have no pity. We feel nothing.
Nothing. We have no feelings about it. Hey, they don't feel nothing about our tragedies.
No.
You know,
So,
they really don't.
Yeah, you should be having panic attacks. Oh yeah, Brandon Johnson.
I want his hair to fall out. I want to start losing weight. You know, so we can really look at him and be like, "Damn, man, you ain't eating. What's wrong with you?"
This is karma. The way that you treated the Black Chicagoans.
Yeah. Yeah, you thought you was gonna go in there and Barack Obama them, and they weren't having it. Yep.
So, man, let's see if I can then pass out.
It's cool. Let's see. He's snoring away. We can't embarrass the look. The Black Cat, he's still a little cubby. He needs his rest. He's a beauty sleep, cuz.
Yeah.
Like we need our beauty sleep.
Yep. So yeah, Brandon Johnson, this is just karma. So we're still on Chicago. So our next topic is South Shore residents are angry after property owner opened vacant building to 57 migrants.
Oh my God. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
It's so.
Well, so now on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, there was a video that came out of Chicago where people thought that the migrants were breaking into a vacant apartment building in the South Shore area of Chicago. So, you know, I'm not from Chicago, And I said, let me make sure I do my research before I say anything. And South Shore is a predominantly Black area. Well, I want you to check out this clip. It goes along more what we was already talking about when they're bringing the people in and what neighborhoods they're going to. Let's go ahead and roll that.
Today, food was delivered to families staying in this South Shore building. In recent days, 57 Venezuelans moved into this building on South Essex. That's according to Chris Amator, who says he owns the building.
I just decided, hey, I got the heat on, I got gas, I got electric, water. I go, let's fill them and we'll worry about the details later.
Over the last 9 days, Amator says he felt moved to offer shelter in his vacant apartments after visiting the city's landing center and a shelter for new arrivals.
I saw 5-year-olds with no jackets on the streets. You know, I was taking my jacket off, putting it on them, and I'm like, tomorrow's going to be -14. I'm like, what's going on?
Amator says over the last 9 days, he, his family, and a couple of volunteers have taken in 448 adults and children at 15 of his residential buildings. Some neighbors posted video of the building on Essex, alleging people were breaking into the building and that the building was not safe.
It's frustrating.
Veronica Cotton is a lifelong South Shore resident and new business owner, but she shares she and her sons were homeless a couple of years ago and they didn't get the help they needed.
Not saying that it's not right to help them, but it's not right for others not to get help as well.
Now, this owner of this apartment, why hasn't 500 people in the city of Chicago had the opportunity? This man, that's what this man said. This is evil. Let me tell you why this is evil. He had a vacant building boarded up. He said he had the lights on, he had the heat on, but then he said, oh, when I saw the migrants don't even have coats. Oh, I was want to say, hey, you know, I'll put them in my building. I mean, it's okay. We'll figure out the rest later. You didn't figure out nothing later. Brandon Johnson you got in contact with Brandon Johnson or somebody at the city. You said, hey, how much money would you pay me a month to put these people up? Brandon Johnson and them came up with a number that he couldn't refuse. He opened up his building up. He had them over there taking the boards down. And now you have 500 migrants went into the Black community. And here we go, placing them in the Black community. Now they're going to try to keep doing that in the Black. Notice they didn't go put them in the white community. They got buildings in the white community they could have put them in, but no, they went and put them in the Black community. The Democrat Party, once again, is trying to force Black people out of their areas, and they're using these migrants to do it. Now, the reason why I say that dude is evil is because you sitting on a building with heat on and lights and all of that, and you got residents in Chicago that's out there in the cold, and you wouldn't open it up for them, but now you're going to open it up for migrants who aren't even people that's in the city with you. Then, if you pay attention, he said he has 15 other buildings. This dude's sitting on all kind of real estate, and he's going to be putting migrants everywhere because he's getting paid, folks. When you see them going in the hotels, they're getting paid. Y'all in the city of Chicago should be demanding to see the books. Y'all should be demanding to know where every tax dollar is going. Who are you paying to put these migrants up? We don't know who you're paying, how much you're paying them. You got a vacant building. That's the stuff we're talking about. See, the Democrat Party, but it's the same Democrat Party want you in Chicago to come out and vote for Brandon Johnson again or vote for Joe Biden again. Now, all of you in Chicago right now should be supporting Greg Abbott here in Texas. Greg Abbott is trying to stop the flow of them coming into our state, which when it came to our state, they came to your city, Operation Lone Star. So y'all in Chicago should be really supporting the governor here in Texas, Greg Abbott. What Biden is doing, Biden went to the Supreme Court and got them to say, oh, well, they can cut the razor wire. And you know, Greg Abbott's saying right now, I don't care if you go cut it, I'll put it right back up. Cut it all you want.
Right.
I'm trying to stop the flow of people coming into Texas. Remember, over 300,000 of them crossed the border. Listen, that at this point is not migration. That's an invasion.
Right.
I don't know if y'all saw the recent video out of California. They pulled up in a boat, sped up to the shore, and just jumped out running. Like literally, like this is not an immigration no more.
Yes.
This is literally an invasion of the United States of America by a bunch of military-age men, and we have a president in office right now who's like, and now they're starting to talk about it because they're forced to. All the Republicans, they're talking about it because it's just good for them to talk about because it's politics. No, it's not politics, Kamala. It's not just the Republicans talking. Because see, now they forced to talk about it. And even Boule Martin recently talking about the migrant crisis. All this time, he never talked about it. So I guess they told Boule, okay, Boule, you can come out and talk about the migrant crisis, but just say it this way. He literally repeated the same messages the Democrats are saying about the migrant crisis. Listen, gone are the days where you can come out and lie to the people. You can't lie anymore. Your propaganda don't work. And I'm going to tell y'all something else about Boule Martin. Boule Martin, you know how y'all don't respect CNN, MSNBC, and all them other ones because you know they're nothing but Democrat propaganda mills. We don't even legitimize them. Right. Boule Martin is mainstream media too. You have to understand. Boule Martin came from CNN. Yeah. I don't know why some of y'all think that Boule Martin is some sort of grassroots because some people actually think that. Some people think Boule Martin is grassroots. He's not. Yeah. He's mainstream media. Mm-hmm. He just can't get back with mainstream media because the last time they gave him a chance, he was with TV1. Boule Martin was leaking presidential debate questions to Hillary. That lets you know how low he is. And when CNN found out Boule Martin leaked questions to Hillary and them, they said, we will never do nothing with TV1 again. But Boule Martin don't talk about that. He do anything he can to get in good with the Democrats, even do something conniving. Mm-hmm. At that time, he should have thought about his career and say, you know what? I don't want to do that because, man, I can get back in good with CNN and get a show back again. Because you know he don't want to do his own show. He wants a show on MSNBC or CNN, right? But one thing you're not going to do, Boule, you're not going to come out here and lie to the people about the migrant crisis. This is literally an invasion, and this invasion happened because your president, Joe Biden, who you love so much, is sanctioning this invasion because they have the ability to stop it right now. Now, Greg Abbott doing his best, but we can't.
No time is garbage time on FanDuel.
Can't just have 300,000 and bring in an invasion, and this invasion happened because your president, Joe Biden, who you love so much, is sanctioning this invasion because they have the ability to stop it right now. Now, Greg Abbott doing his best, but we can't just have 300,000 people come across the border in a month. Right. 2.5 million people came across that border last year. And they're placing these people in the Black communities. But yet the Democrats are expecting us to come out and vote for them. And then we speak against this invasion into the United States by a bunch of military-age males. Then they want to call people MAGA. No, nobody's MAGA. You can't tell somebody MAGA when you literally see the invasion. Look at the South Shore area. That area has been invaded by migrants who's not of the Black community. They didn't place Africans there. They didn't place Haitians in there. They didn't place people from the Caribbean over there. They didn't place Afro-Latinos there. No, it's somebody that was different than the demographic of the community. And you know good and well what's going to go down. They're going to start acting out. They're going to start displacing the businesses by doing these street vendor things they're doing like they do in California. It's going to affect. Look what that sister said. Hey, you know, I don't mind helping people, but dog, we was homeless. Why you don't, you know what I'm saying? Because sister, I'm going to tell you why they don't open it up for you. You know why? Because you're Black. Mm-hmm. And that same dude can care less about a Black woman on the street, a Black child on the street. They can see a Black child with no jacket, no shoes, no nothing in 10-degree weather in Chicago. And yeah, that's not my problem. That's why. Yeah. Black people in Chicago, you better hold the line.
Right.
Black people need to be speaking up about people that have been put in your neighborhood. These people own all these properties in your neighborhood. Listen, you don't have a neighborhood if you don't own it. I'm gonna repeat that again. You don't have a neighborhood if you don't own it. If you don't own all the buildings, if you don't own all the businesses, you don't have a neighborhood. This is why they can run you out. Yeah. But Brandon Johnson is the problem. Because if Brandon Johnson wasn't cutting checks to people, trust me, they wouldn't be in there.
Right.
Chicago, Black Chicago, you made a big mistake. Because they say 88% of y'all voted for Brandon Johnson, those who voted in the election. And y'all the one that's suffering the most with Brandon Johnson. And Brandon Johnson isn't trying to stop the migrants crisis. He's not trying to stop it. He wants more money. Think about it. He's asking Biden for money for it so he can keep doing it.
Mm-hmm.
He's not saying, hey, man, okay, this is enough. No. Remember, they can't even say we're no longer a sanctuary city. That's something free they can do. That don't cost nothing.
Yeah.
Black folk, you were in Chicago and other cities. You have to give the Democrats a referendum in this election.
Yeah.
If you don't want to vote for Donald Trump, fine by me. But vote the couch. Because if you vote the couch and don't give your votes, listen, you vote Democrat, you're voting for more of what you just saw in this video. That's how you got to think about it. Do you really want to go vote for that?
Hell no.
Do you want, okay, today is 500. Another 500 can show up tomorrow in your neighborhood. What if once a month 500 show up and outnumber y'all? Then you already know what's going to happen. If they outnumber y'all, look at Los Angeles, California. Look what happened to black folks out there. Y'all gotta take a stand about this. These business, these property owners and all of that, y'all gotta let them know that's not gonna be tolerated.
Right.
They say, oh, but that's their building. They could do what they want. Well, why they don't do that in the white area then?
Right.
We'll do it over there. Spread the wealth, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they shouldn't be in nobody's community. I don't care what color. It shouldn't be in nobody's community. They need to be in their homeland.
Right.
Bottom line. ICE should be over there pulling up with vans and say, oh no, everybody come on. You got to take you back on to your homeland. No. They're trying to run black people out of their own neighborhoods.
Yep.
This is all by design. And this is coordinated by the Democrat Party, folks. The Democrats are targeting black Americans.
Yep.
This is their doing. Because the migrants that's doing this, they only doing what they're allowed to do. They're allowed. The Democrats are funding them. They're inviting them to come here. Biden's been quiet about it. He knows what's going on. He's the president. But yet, we need the black community to come out and vote. You go vote for Biden if you want. Please vote for Biden if you want to.
Oh my God. Don't.
Please. In that black neighborhood you got today, it'll be gone in a few years. Because Biden gonna sit up there and listen, Biden gonna even put them people in Atlanta. Y'all think y'all safe in Atlanta? He gonna target Atlanta too. Go ahead and put him in there for another 4 years. Every black city you got, y'all won't have it no more. Or y'all get pushed outside the city. That's the plan of the Democrat Party to undermine black Americans, to destabilize black Americans, and bring in hostile people against us to do their dirty work. You vote for Democrat, that's what you're voting for.
Yeah.
I don't see how any black person at this point could go vote for them people.
Right.
Because they're targeting us and they're trying to take our lives away and our livelihood and harm our businesses. This is what the Democrats are actively doing. Now, if Republicans was doing this mess, y'all be raising hell.
Facts. Facts, Uncle Bill. Facts. Nothing but facts. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this?
On what?
The South Shore residents being angry with this property owner.
They have every right to
house and the migrants.
And they have every right to be. It's bullshit. And that's out. That's how our city did motherfuckers too, remember?
Yep.
We was raising hell.
So you get what you vote for. So all y'all that was anybody with Trump, and you just gotta get Trump out of office in 2019 and 2020. How is that working out for y'all now? So the unhoused out in Chicago has some wonderful words for Mr. Johnson in regards to him prioritizing these migrants over actual citizens.
I want y'all to watch this video really quick of two people who seem to be homeless there in Chicago and how they really feel about Mayor Brandon Johnson. Check it out.
Mayor Brandon Johnson, what's he doing for you guys?
Nothing. The homeless, he's not helping.
He ain't helping.
He ain't doing more for them than he ever did for any of us.
So, of course, we bleeped out the very strong words, but I think y'all got the point where they basically said, F him. You know, he's not doing anything for them. Basically, he is focusing more on the migrants than he is the homeless population, I should say residents there in Chicago. And so, of course, y'all know that with the migrants, they're getting food, housing, and anything else you can think of. They're even talking about building a weatherized tent to the tune of about $60 million, $65 million rather, to house the migrants, because you guys know it is very cold there in Chicago, but not really a whole lot of talk about building one for the residents of Chicago who happens to be homeless. So I was curious as to who exactly voted for Brandon Johnson. Like, what was the percentage, right? So it is said that the white population, the majority of them voted for Brandon Johnson. Now, depending on whatever source it is you read, says anywhere between 40-ish and a little over 50% of white voters voted for Brandon Johnson. And when it came to Paul Vallas, the opponent of Brandon Johnson, who lost again, by the way, with the Latino population, it was pretty much 50-50, right? Now, when it came to Black voters, about 88% of Black voters voted for that of Brandon Johnson. Now, in regards to the homeless population, it's about 53% Black homeless people in Chicago. So if you get where I'm going here, the majority of Black voters voted for Brandon Johnson, and the majority of homeless people in Chicago are Black. So in this case, now I don't know if the homeless population voted for Brandon Johnson, but I'll say Black voters did, okay? So we as Black voters helped put Brandon Johnson in the position he's in to help people who should not be in the United States, migrants, right? He is overwhelmingly helping them, even though when he got in office, he kind of was like, yeah, everybody's going to benefit from my mayorship. I'm going to help everybody. Well, we see that as a bald-faced lie, as the old people would say. And so this here is another case of us as Black voters helping them, Black politicians, white politicians, or you name it, get into office and help everybody else. But what I really loved about this video, not that they are homeless, but the fact that we are now hearing from the homeless population that, hey, just because we're in these streets, that doesn't mean that we're not aware of what's going on. That doesn't mean we're not aware that Brandon Johnson and them are caring more about people who are coming over here on their own free will with nothing, you know, but a knapsack and themselves, and they're getting everything. But we, as the homeless people in Chicago, who are sleeping on the streets and trying to find places to sleep, like on subway trains, they don't care about us. They're not doing anything for us. Brandon Johnson, he just forgot about us. He forgot about us. So again, we as Black voters, when we go to the polls this November or any other time we go to the polls, we need to ask ourselves, what's in it for us to vote for this politician? Again, whether they're white, Black, Asian, Hispanic, whatever they are, we need to say, what's in it for me and my people if I cast a vote for them? Right. Are they just giving me lip service? I'm gonna, woulda, shoulda, coulda, and just put me in office and you'll see. Are they doing that, or do they have a track record of actually helping our people? And if they don't, as Dr. Claude Anderson said, we need to hold them contractually responsible to doing for Black people. So that way, when they get in office, they won't say, oh, I said that. Oh, well, you know what I mean? They'll have to abide by the contract that we, forge with them, however we do that, right? And so, again, if you ask me, I don't live in Chicago, okay? But if I did, I would do my best to make sure that Mayor Brandon Johnson is a one-term mayor. Because at least most politicians, they get in there, they fake it for a little bit. But that joker there, he didn't take no time, saying, oh, psych, I know what I said, but this is what I'm doing, right? So he needs to be out of there. He needs to be gone one term. And this is really like the first year that he's been a mayor. He's completed a whole year, almost. So imagine what he's going to do in the next 3 years. At the rate he's going, is he going to continue to help everybody else but the majority of people who voted for him to get in there? Or is he going to say, okay, I hear you, I screwed up, let me, change course and actually help the residents first? Is he going to do that? I doubt it, but I'm just asking these questions because, all this remains to be seen. Yeah, he doesn't deserve another term. He don't even deserve this term. But again, y'all heard it from two people who appear to be homeless there in Chicago say, F him. He ain't did nothing for us. He basically forgot about us. So anyway, y'all tell me what you think of this story. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetri.
So these mugs, not only did they get housing, right? These mugs is committing all kinds of crimes. So now Johnson's sending them out to the suburbs of Chicago. And as soon as they touched down, they went on a crime spree.
Yeah.
Appreciate all the viewers. Thank you for staying up late with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chicago is having a big problem with these burglary rings that these migrants have formed. Now, this one I'm about to tell you about is 47 migrants, mainly Venezuelans, and there are also people from Ecuador that's involved in this ring. And they said they started all of these crimes the second they arrived in Chicago.
Yeah.
So let's get into it, y'all. A string of retail thefts, burglaries by migrants plaguing Chicago suburbs. This is according to the police. They said, who's part of this ring? 47 migrants. And they were arrested in the Oak Brook area of Illinois. A Chicago suburb have been battered by a string of recent crimes committed by migrants who live in or near the Windy City. From October 23rd to January 17th, a total of 47 migrants were arrested in Oak Brook, Illinois, mostly for allegedly property crimes, according to the chief of police, Brian Strakis. And they said most of the migrants who were arrested were charged with retail theft and burglary, according to Fox News Digital. The latest incident involved an Ecuadorian who resides in Chicago and is accused of stealing more than $3,000 of merchandise from retail stores and evading immigration and customs enforcement. So ICE. So ICE is trying to catch this guy, and he's been able to evade them all this time. So the reason why he was able to evade is because he cut off his electronic monitoring device.
Yeah, he went on the run.
Well, there's no telling how many of them have done that. So, ladies and gentlemen, just think about this. These governors and mayors want you to open your door and let these very same people come and stay at your house. And I believe every resident should say no. It's your politicians that created this problem, so they need to go stay with them.
Yep.
So on January 13th, Oak Brook officers responded to a retail theft, and this call came from Macy's.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you look at the picture, he's the first guy in the picture. And they said he is a migrant from Ecuador, 32 years old. Now, this is the name he gave because, you know, many of them come with no ID because they literally can sit in your face and just make a name up. So Jamie Ubaldo Obando Andrade. So he entered the store and he was seen on a surveillance camera putting on a jacket that was worth $395, and then he turned around and walked out. Following a search of Obando, his vehicle, the officers were able to find $3,000 worth of stolen merchandise, as well as rolls of tin foil, according to a press release. Additionally, Berlin's office noted that officers located an ICE monitor device, which he took off. They said that he cut this monitor device off, as well as a fake Washington's driver's license. And they said the photo and driver's license had a whole different name on it. That's why I'm saying, just because he gave you the name Jamie, his name might not even be Jamie. All right. So that's what they're claiming.
Damn.
So Obando Andrade, who first appeared in court on Sunday, has been charged with 1 count of burglary, a second-class felony, and 1 count of retail theft, which is a class 3 felony. Earlier this week, it was announced that Judge Michael Burton had granted the state's motion to deny pretrial release for the defendant.
Finally.
So he's due back in court next month. But you know what you didn't hear, y'all? They didn't say they were going to deport him. I noticed that. You know, even when they get caught at doing crimes, because I did another video, but that was New York City, they still didn't deport any of these people.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars? Wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees? If so,
Stop that shit.
So this was an excellent example of solid police work and looking beyond the initial incident, Stock has said. And these retail crimes involving migrant offenders are part of a bigger criminal enterprise. And we are working closely with our federal partners to thoroughly investigate these cases. Yeah, so as soon as they land in a city, they're forming crime rings. I was like, wow. I mean, and they said these crimes start immediately when these busloads show up, the crimes begin. And, you know, just listening to what they're doing, I would not doubt for a second they did this in their homelands too. I bet you if you really found out who they were, you would find out they were doing all this kind of robbery and everything in their homeland. All right. So last October, 2 Venezuelan migrants, 28 years old, Luis Mendez Gomez, and 23-year-old Frank Montez Davila, They were arrested after stealing $3,000 in high-end cosmetics from the Oak Brook Macy's store. After entering the store, the pair of migrants filled a bag with 16 high-end fragrances and a pair of pants totaling $2,832.50. The two men, who were said to currently live in Chicago, were observed by the Oak Brook Patrol Police and later detained during a traffic stop on October 31st. Following the arrest, the two men were charged with a burglary. So, wow.
Right.
And were released on pretrial after a judge denied the state motion to hold them in jail. So the judge refused to put them in jail, which would be the case for the average American citizen that did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable, y'all. This is the world we live in. Okay, so the two that I just spoke about, ladies and gentlemen, is this one and this one right here. Okay. Wow. So, anyway, now there was also an incident October 23rd that involved Abel Barrios Esteva and Rafael Mata Torres. And they were arrested after a foot pursuit and taken into custody by the store loss prevention officers at Oak Brook. Wow. The same Macy's store in Oak Brook. Both men were ordered not to enter another Macy's store, and they were later released from custody, and they were given electronic monitoring devices as a condition of their bond. They probably already took them things off by now. Despite the string of migrant arrests, the police chief told Fox News Digital that he does not believe the retailers in the area are being targeted any more than any other location. That's what he's claiming. So I will say that we have motivated officers that are determined to keep our communities safe, and our relationships with area loss prevention agents. We have never been stronger, he said. I'm thankful for the hard work. Yeah, blah, 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 the officers. So, anyway, let me just go down. A spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security and ICE did not immediately respond to Fox Digital's request for comment about their efforts to protect retailers and small businesses from theft by migrants, or their accounting for migrants who currently reside in the US who chose to remove their monitor devices. So they're having a problem, y'all, with these migrants that they're giving a monitor device. They're taking them off, and they're having a hard time tracking them.
Right.
So several American cities have been forced to deal with the effects of the nationwide migrant crisis as thousands of migrants arrive at the southern border each day. The state of Texas began flying migrants to sanctuary cities in December, with the first arriving in Chicago. Yes, and they are coming out of Texas, a lot of them from that Eagle Pass, and they're now being flown in to Chicago's O'Hare Airport also. So Abbott, he is still sending these people out of his state. So they said there is a partial response because Chicago wants them to stop busing these people there. and the city over $156 million have been spent on housing and care for these migrants. That's a lot of money. But the same ones that complain about reparations stay silent about this. I'm just, we're all taking notes. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, you got to tell me what you think. And if you're in a sanctuary city, did you hear about the crimes that are going on in your location? For example, if you're in Denver or the city of Philadelphia, New York, I know about New York already. I know about Chicago, but any of the other cities where you're not hearing a lot because the media is not telling you this. That's why it's always good to be on social media, because you will get the things that mainstream news will never in a million years tell you. They will keep this silent and act like these folks are coming here in peace and they're just looking for work. And that's exactly what's not happening. So y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your
Yeah, it's like a subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, Lady Chair, what are your thoughts on
Well, I covered this on the RBA. You know, motherfuckers from Ecuador was going through some shit, but they was holding up shit, and there was real gangster out there in Ecuador. So, all them countries out there that like Salvador, Ecuador. I mean, look, if you watch the RBA, they just had up the news broadcast and had real sticks of dynamite in there. They didn't give a fuck. All because one of their people had escaped from prison. And they was out there terrorizing the city. And it's not even just that, but the corruption out there is real. However, that don't mean you gotta bring your motherfucking ass over here and do it.
Right.
I've been saying that the shit that for a little bit, especially because we live in Colorado or in Denver or whatever, they was blaming crimes on black folk out here when it wasn't even them.
Yeah.
I would say that for the whole fucking last year, about the last year. It wasn't right. What's up with these deportations? They just finally started hearing me recently when they fucking did a sweep. I showed it on the RV too. You know, watch the RVA if you're really slacking. They just finally enforced the camping ban. We didn't see any real results on that, but that was just one time we heard of them actually enforcing a camping ban on a migrant camp. First time ever, and they really didn't say how many people they talked about enforcing on who went to jail and who didn't go to jail. Like, you know what I mean? Who had to move, who didn't have to move. Yeah. They really didn't give any kind of demographics. They're kind of being really vague. And as per normal fucking white media, that's what happened. So I'm not surprised, dude. We had a panty bandit here in our city breaking into homes, stealing bitches' panties and shit. And he was clearly a fucking migrant. He was too happy to get in a bitch's drawers, literally. You know what I mean? So I thought, you know, it was surprising the fact that like that they could be during a sweep. There's footage out there. They could be doing a sweep and trying to sell some Jordans, brand new Jordans without the motherfucking box, and right there the fucking white folk like they don't know that they're stolen. Hey man, look, it's because you know we gotta get out. We live sometimes. That mean you gotta fucking you ain't. First of all, you came in here illegally, broke the rules. You still continue to break the rules. You try to force us to fucking give you fucking whatever the fuck benefits as well and the right to work as you go and fucking rob stores, commit crimes, rape, pillage, fucking rob, do whatever you can. Then blame it on black folk like they harassing you in your little encampments and whatnot. And it's just beyond fucking ridiculous. Charge fucking regular people when they go to Walmart, Sam's Club, Ross, Home Depot to park their car to go in the store like you some kind of parking attendant, cause you ain't welcome here. You need to get deported. Do you do this shit in your own country? Fuck no. You know what I mean? So why is it allowed here? Why is it not making any more scenes other than little old me and Jesse? That's what, it don't surprise me. Okay, Jesse. You ready to shut down? Because you got to fall asleep in the chair.
I know. I got one more topic to get to though.
Okay.
Yeah, so I agree with everything that Lady Chase said. Yeah, these migrants, they're not coming here in peace. That's for damn sure. And they are doing the most. We had this fool that was breaking into people's houses here in Denver and stealing their panties.
Literally stealing their panties.
Until they caught his ass. The neighbors caught him, not the police.
Yep.
Now,
Police don't even do work no more. I'm just surprised. I'm just actually just really like just shit. No. They don't look for crimes. They're like after the fact. You know what I mean? They don't put in no work no more. Yeah, private citizens and snitches just doing all the work.
Sad state of affairs. So we're on the last topic of the evening, and that is South Carolina couple burns cross on their lawn to intimidate Black neighbors.
Why in the fuck did they do that?
This is a ribbon that represents.
Why would they do that?
No, we're not taking your survey.
This morning, a lifetime of happiness has turned into a living nightmare of racism for a Conway couple.
They're fed up and now begging the city and county for help. Our Michaela Evans spoke with the couple, and Michaela, they also caught something very disturbing on camera.
Lauren Darren, this couple is quite shaken up. Sean and Monica Williams, like many other, retired here in the Grand Strand, but they tell me they're no longer sure if it's safe for them to stay.
The end result is we do not feel comfortable.
Video of this burning cross in a neighbor's yard on Thanksgiving weekend is the last straw for Sean and Monica Williams.
Lo and behold, there was a cross burning about 8 feet away from our fence. And we were speechless because we've never experienced something like that.
The couple moved into this house in Conway as the perfect retirement home.
We love the house. We love the area.
But the Williams say their next door neighbors have made the last 2 years a nightmare.
Blatant with the N-word. He's chased off our surveyors. He's chased off people from the water and sewer department.
The couple installed a fence hoping for peace, but it did not work. The Williams finally called Horry County Police. Officers arrested 28-year-old Warden Butler and 27-year-old Alexis Hartnett for second-degree harassment. Police reports claim Hartnett yelled racial slurs at the couple, which officers' body cameras captured. The reports also show Butler posted the couple's address on Facebook, saying he was, quote, going to make them pay. Butler is no stranger to the law, with at least 5 arrests for assault and disorderly conduct. But the Williams say police arresting the couple is not enough.
They were out the next day. So now what are we to do? Still live next to a cross-burning racist? We feel threatened. We feel that not enough laws are in place to deal with this, and there needs to be some accountability.
South Carolina is one of 2 states without a hate crime law, and Williams says she does not want hate to run them out of their dream neighborhood.
Exactly. We just don't want to move. We've had this conversation, and this is really a heartbreaking and hard decision for us. We're just highly disappointed that this behavior is taking place in this day and age.
I don't know.
There are a few cities in South Carolina that have passed hate crime ordinances or resolutions, but Conway Mayor Barbara Blaine Bellamy tells me there's nothing the city can do and that it's up to the state. Live at the Alert Desk, Michaela Evans, WMBF News.
Now to an update on the story we've been covering. The FBI is now joining a cross-burning investigation in South Carolina. You may remember a Charlotte couple with a retirement home in Myrtle Beach told WCNC Charlotte they were a target of ongoing threats, racism, and harassment from their neighbors. The latest incident, a cross was burned last month on their neighbor's property. Those neighbors were arrested and charged with harassment. Both posted bail and are awaiting trial.
So y'all just heard those news clips right there. And yes, this is South Carolina we are talking about. The same South Carolina where back in 2015, Dylan Roof went into a church, a majority Black church, a predominantly historically Black church at that, in Charleston, South Carolina, and took out 9 Black people in one fell swoop like it was nothing, all because he wanted to kick off a race war. The same Dylan Roof who they took to Burger King to get something to eat. Yes, that Dylan Roof. And you have this situation right here where you have these two degenerates on here that looks like they haven't been done baking, who decided that they were going to burn a cross in their yard to intimidate their neighbor. And when I first heard about this story, I literally thought of a story that came out, I think, back in 2020 in another state, where it was a PC man that did the same thing in another state, where he put a burning cross in his yard and had it facing towards his Black neighbor, who I think was like across the street from him, to intimidate him. Now notice, they are so cowardly that they won't actually go and actually put the cross in the yard and then set it on fire. They're setting it on fire in their yard and having it face their way just so they can actually see it. Now, you heard one of the things that they said in the, I think, both clips, is that South Carolina does not, even to this day, even with what happened with Dylan Roof, still to this day, does not have a hate crime bill on the books. You would think after what happened in 2015 with Dylan Roof, which is going on 10 years, it'll be 10 years in 2025, that they would have implemented that, but they still don't have one. So that, if you did not know why.
Colorado parents, do you want to get paid to take care of your own children?
If your child is living with chronic illnesses or disabilities, Medicaid has programs designed.
Why they did not get hit with a hate crime charge is because South Carolina doesn't have one. Otherwise, this would be grounds for a hate crime charge. Right now, they got hit with one of what I consider to be a very low level charge. After all, they did or were able to make bail and then allowed to go back home into the same house where they were basically terrorizing the couple living across the street from them, and then was going to make it even worse for them because they called the police on them and pretty much told them about what they did. But in the second clip, it was mentioning how now the FBI has gotten involved because it's gotten that serious. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read this article that was posted on December 20th from the Mirror that says FBI raids couple who had a burning cross in the yard and yelled racial slurs at Black neighbors. A couple is under FBI lockdown after it is alleged that they burned a cross in their backyard that faced their house and harassed their Black neighbors. Wharton Butler, age 28, and Alexis Page Hartnett, age 27, both of South Carolina, are accused of harassing their neighbors in the second degree by shouting slurs at them, causing them to fear for their lives. Due to allegations of racial discrimination, federal officials were at the residence of the white couple conducting a civil rights investigation. They were taken into custody on suspicion of setting up a burning cross in front of Sean and Monica Williams, a retired couple. According to her social media accounts, Hartnett of Conway is a crystal healer. However, on Thanksgiving, she is accused of using racial profanities, threatening bodily damage, and alluding having killed a Black lady in the past. Butler allegedly posted Williams' address on Facebook, where he claimed to be quote-unquote summoning the devil's army to their residence. The Williamses are both veterans. Now, pay attention to that. This guy literally put, and I'm talking about the man, literally put their neighbors, the Black couple, address on his Facebook. I don't know about you, but wouldn't that be considered doxing? Like, you're literally telling people to come to your neighbor's home and to terrorize them. And he said he was summoning the devil's army to their residence. And this woman right here in a post said that she had alluded to having deleted a Black lady in the past. You mean to tell me that there were no red flags going off for you to come out to this residence and have something be done to them? Of course, I'm just speaking rhetorically because we know they weren't going to do it, but now they're willing to make a move. Butler wrote in the post, "I'm about to make them pay. They come here on vacation to pick fights with me." On November 23rd, Monica Williams was approached by Butler regarding work that she was having done on her family home. This is when the alleged events started. The Williams said that Butler and Hartnett had entered the property to try to intercede into the work being done. Tensions increased the next evening as the couple erected a cross in their yard that faced the Williams' house. Hartnett repeatedly uttered a racial slur against the victim's family when Horry County Police and Fire Department responders showed there, as documented by police body cam footage, the warrant claims. Her statements were intended to cause the victims to fear assault, bodily injury, and or death, according to the police. The actions of the white pair were observed by the officers to be more frequent and intimidating. Monica Williams claimed that Hartnett and Butler had repeatedly called her and her husband needs to get out of here and had used the N-word. It's been traumatic for my whole family because they had to witness this, she stated. According to Sean Williams, they purchased their house 2 years ago as a retirement residence, but they've been subjected to continual harassment from their neighbors to the extent that they're thinking of leaving. It's a place I'm supposed to be able to relax, but I can't relax in an environment where I have to be constantly aware. I don't want it to happen to anyone on any side of the fence. The issue of safety and security have been broken. The issue of fear and intimidation is now in play. And that is the entire article right there. This is exactly why Professor Black Truth always puts out the power to advertisement. That is exactly why. There is no way you're going to feel comfortable in trying to intimidate me and my loved ones just because you don't want me there. Like, they did all of this and now they're under an FBI lockdown, but they should be locked up, quite honestly. Why would you put them back in the house right across the street from the neighbors that are being terrorized just so they could be in? So you must want them to live in fear. Now, I guarantee you, if this wife and husband...
That's why, despite the massive criminality and corruption of the Clintons, the Bidens, the Obamas, and all the rest,
were to form up like Voltron and pull a Mr. and Mrs. Smith on these two right here, guess who would be the ones that would be held accountable? The ones that's being intimidated. They would be the ones that they will go after and say that they were wrong. And I bet you if they got arrested, they ain't letting them go back home. They gonna hold them right there in that cell until they see a judge. And they will probably get hit with a whole bunch of charges. But again, South Carolina does not have a hate crime bill on the books that could protect this couple from what they have been dealing with for what looks to be damn near a month now. Because they said this all started back in November. I think this is November 20th. So basically about a month, because I'm recording this on December 20th. And let me also add this. Look at their ages. These two are in their 20s. They are not 30 yet. Remember what I told you? People think that Dub S went away with the grandparents and the great-grandparents. No, it's like a family heirloom. It gets passed down. They're literally doing what their grandparents or even great-grandparents were doing to probably the loved ones of the couple, maybe not them necessarily, but people like them back in the day. This right here that you're seeing, this is what they want to go back to as a collective. This is why I keep telling you, they are their ancestors. That's why they cannot move forward. They felt like they were missing out on something. They felt like their ancestors got all the fun to terrorize and torture and be harmful towards Black people, and they want in on it by any means. And they don't care of the consequences that come before them as long as they have an opportunity to get their message passed one way or another. All I'm gonna say is this, and this is just one question I'm gonna ask: how are we as Black people going to strike back?
This morning.
All right, so yeah, you see that they still burning crosses on our lawns or across the street from us.
They were doing that in the first place. Like, why can't there be any kind of fucking justice at all, period, for anything? You know what I mean? Like, they just got away with it. Simply as that. Motherfuckers are obvious criminal. I mean, you do some real racist shit to them, all hell's gonna break loose. You know what I mean? It's just there's no real defense, and I don't know why people want to live in an area anyway like that. If they're gonna try to run you out, is there like anything else they can do? Like can't they just get? I mean, fuck it, they ain't gonna run you out. Go destroy their shit. Fuck it. You're like, there's no other repercussions. There's no other fucking thing that you can do to. I mean, Get Back is a motherfucker. I go destroy their shit. I go fucking do some foul shit. And if you gonna go that far, fuck it. I said, please ain't gonna fucking help you. And you don't know nobody, you can't make no fucking calls. I mean, as soon as white people get the understanding that there's motherfucking black folk around, a lot of black folk around, then maybe they'll stop acting stupid. And maybe they go do some old treacherous fucking shit, so they have an understand. Maybe they need to call one of the gun clubs to show up. I mean, like there's got to be some kind of fucking some kind of defense that black people need, especially elders, to fucking let them know, that it ain't okay. If you just went and fucking, wrote cracker on the motherfucking front lawn and lit it on fire, is there gonna be an issue? Yeah, real shit. Like, is it gonna be an issue? You just write cracker on the fucking front lawn and light that bitch on fire and just tray up? I mean, is that gonna be a problem? You know what I mean? Is it gonna be a real issue when you go do some so crazy shit like that they do? Just have the gun club just show up and stand right there and patrol their house. Like, just stand there, just look at their house, armed and shit. Just look at their house. You know what I mean? Or just have a whole cookout with like 30 of your closest relatives, friends, and family, anybody off the street, fucking like they black, just show up. Is there gonna be a real issue? I start making it very difficult for these neighbors to fucking exist. Like, you gotta play their game, play it fucking better. What the fuck, man? Like, does it really have to be August or summertime to pull up and act out? I mean, this is obviously a situation. I'm not. Am I wrong? Like, is it gonna be a real issue if, like, they woke up in the middle of the motherfucking night and their fucking laws written in cursive or says, go back to the motherfucking Caucasus Mountains, or shit like that. Like, we're not having none of those Caucasian issues over here. Like, is there gonna be any of those issues where you just start, throwing cans of black beans and shit at them, and like, hey, take it back in the house, motherfucking Caucasus? I mean, what's really gonna be the issue? You start really getting back. What they gonna do? What you gonna do? What they gonna do? What's really gonna happen? Really happen is that they gonna have to come to an understanding. They can't be doing that type of shit. Maybe you just got a whole bunch of white dolls and hung them up from their tree. You know what I mean? Lit them on fire and shit. Just hung them up from their tree and just trade up, walked away. You know what I mean? Or you thought they got crazy, you just cock back the pistol and shit, just to make them know, just to let them know. You know what I mean? Or hold up a can of gas, like, hey, look, your shit could go right the fuck up. Probably go up really quick if you're cooking meth. You know what I mean? Like, what's really gonna be like the problem? They're gonna see that black folk ain't got the fucking time for that shit. They can get it. White people can get it too. Put that motherfucker in jail and make some calls. Surely you know somebody locked up. You don't know somebody has somebody. Surely somebody's in there that anybody can be touched. Motherfucking crackers act like they can't be touched. Motherfuckers act like they can just walk around freely and nothing can happen to them at any given point in time. They just do all kind of foul injustices and it can't be touched nowhere. No motherfucking where. They can't suffer some sort of karmic fucking justice or just plain out motherfucking justice when they commit fucking acts of fucking atrocities against motherfuckers. They ain't doing nothing wrong to nobody. Just say. Who's going to say? I'm like, well, look, they was terrorizing me. I didn't do it. Did anybody catch it?
This is the last topic, Paul G.
That's okay. It's cool. As I say, though, is there something really wrong, though? Like, I mean, you just gonna let them fucking burn crosses and call you the N-word across your own goddamn fence? You know what I mean? Like, you have no family. Nobody can make a call. No one can call out to somebody. No one can say, hey, man, can you see Fred?
They were tired there. They're retired there. I don't even know if they have family there, but
It don't even matter. Like, do you think motherfuckers would just show up though?
yeah.
I mean, we see it here when the black farmers were getting terrorized. Look, our brothers would have showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Feel me?
And then the NAACP try to co-opt that shit.
Right. You don't call them. Just call some black folk, man. Just go somewhere where the actual real black folk are congregating, not church. and fucking get busy. You know, just start complaining and shit. Start making some random motherfucking complaints, make some videos, do something. Because at this point in time, the call to action needs to happen. What if you do that? I mean, is it really gonna be offensive when black people do it to white people when they're doing the wrong shit in the first place? Then you do some old fucking heinous racist shit that they would consider racist. It's really not racist. I wouldn't consider it racist. You write cracker on the fucking lawn and gasoline and light on fire in the middle of motherfucking night. You know, I wouldn't say that's racist when we do it. I'm saying, man, sad state of affairs. I'm not really sorry that happened to you, fucked up shit. You know what I mean? Or you just standing there with motherfucking cans of gasoline, like, hey, look, they consider it arson, but I bought this 5-gallon can because my car was low. I just happened to stop here and tie my shoes and look up at the house. I thought somebody was crying for help. You see what I'm saying? I was looking at the house and motherfucking, oh man, that white lady crying in the window. She was like, please don't. I wasn't even doing anything. I was just like walking back from the gas station. So I got to tie my shoe. And look, man, there's some gum stuck on the ground. I don't know what she's talking about. You see what I'm saying? I don't know why she's scared. Why is she scared? Why are you scared, Karen?
Get these goddamn trolls.
Karen, what does it say, Jesse?
I had a panic attack, ADHD, PTSD, depression, autism too. With some anxiety, customer migraine, severe headache. I tried different meds. It did not work until my friend introduced microdosing to me. I ordered mine at.
Oh, this is a spammer, huh?
Yeah.
I'm not like you trying to sell us or shit. That obviously came from your side of things.
What the hell? The hell out of here with that dumb shit.
You don't have to worry about that.
I know, Deacon. This is like, what the hell? Okay.
I try to tell somebody something, right?
Do you have anything else to say about this topic?
What do you think is the right amount of get back cut? I mean, you're black. Think about it. Is it wrong to go do some fucking just the same shit, just in reverse?
Yeah, online solicitation. That's exactly what it is. I would say, yeah, they need to find some on-cold black people that's not scared of crackers out there in South Carolina, because this happened in South Carolina. The same South Carolina where Dylan Roof went up in the church and shot and killed 10 black parishioners, and then they took them to Burger King afterwards. From what I understand, there's a lot of raccoons out there.
Church where Biden was talking about
no, it's the same state.
Same state, right?
Yeah.
Same might have to go to another state then.
We do have Black Panthers like out there, though.
Shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we do got Black Panthers out there.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dynamite and crew. Yeah. They need to get on this. Also, this is the same place where they were trying to kick the great grandma off her land. Gullah Geechee grandma, remember?
Yep.
I just passed away.
Yeah.
That Tyler Perry had bought, and several other black celebrities had pitched in to buy her house.
Which is a goddamn shame. Because that means they took up a collection instead of one motherfucker actually doing it, knowing they had the wealth to do it.
And ironically enough, this is where my great grandparents sharecropped.
Yeah, that's terrible. So, it seems to me that that we, like, you know, what happened to looking out for our elders, like, regardless of whether they were actually blood kin or not, like, you know, the elders, like, they obviously going through a situation.
But they keep telling us that this is a thing of the past and these type of things don't happen no more. Clearly, it's still happening in 2024.
These young junkie looking ass motherfuckers probably making meth in the bathtub. And they got the audacity to fucking be. How they fucking afford that house? You know that motherfuckers ain't got no job. You know what I mean? If they're squatting, I would be really looking at their finances. Be digging deep. Where's the investigation? Okay, fine. You don't want to get active? Fucking, I'm sure you could pull up some dirt, get that fucking kicked out their crib. I'm sure you could do something. There's all kinds of ways to skin a cat.
Right. So understanding that they are under investigation by the Jim Crow Biden's DOJ.
Some white folks? I forgot what they said. Oh yeah, either way, man. Like, is it? I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's wrong to do some reverse shit. I mean, if they ain't gonna go to jail, what is a second degree harassment?
Yeah, what the hell is that?
What is that? Like,
but this is South Carolina. They don't even have hate crime laws. For,
which is really
for Black
shitty.
people in South Carolina.
Which they should. Yeah, it's really shitty. But as usual, as per usual, Black people are like, they don't really give a damn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is where the, not where the Klan started. This is where the Confederacy started.
Yeah.
The first state said, "Oh, we're seceding from the Union." 167. Was it 167 years ago? 170 years ago. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna end it here. Thank y'all for tuning in. The Frontline Black News, season 3, episode 43. And just a reminder, I only dropped a link for certain people. So I dropped a link for Jay Millie. I wanted Jay Millie to hop up here. It wasn't a free for all for any and everybody to come up here. And this is a Black first platform. We only have Black people on the platform. So I don't know where all these trolls came from, but y'all not gonna get up here. So keep that in mind. Next time you try to venture over here with that nonsense. But thank you to everybody that tuned in. Shout out. Let me try to shout y'all out. So shout out to Twin, our hype man. Shout out to Sab, my high salute. Shout out to Twin. Shout out to Michael. Shout out to Deacon of Reality. Shout out to Jay Millie. Make sure y'all sub up to Jay Millie, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. And I don't know who these other people are. Paul G, we appreciate you stopping in. And who else do we have? Of course, of course, our West Coast correspondent, who Mr. Sandman got torn. So we're going to bid the Black Cat a good night. So make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X. So we'll be back, since it's now Sunday. We'll be back later on today with a part 2 of season 3, episode 43, our 4th tray of the Frontline Black News. So we will see y'all then. Did you have anything else you want to say, Leah Che, before I close it out?
Stay black and dangerous. Thanks for coming.
So yeah, peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. This is a Black first platform. Create this platform specifically for foundational Black Americans, descendants of American chattel slavery freedmen. So if that is not you, you cannot come up here. Period. So thank y'all for tuning in. We'll see y'all later on today. Peace.